Hey, everybody, welcome to draft night. The NFL draft is just about to begin, and I can't tell you how excited I am to take you through the entire first round here. And we've just done so much along the way, so many questions, so many mocks, so many draft sims, so many scenarios, consensus boards and reports and rumors and all those things, all leading up to this evening. So I can't say enough how honored I am to have you joining me for this very special night. And I think just to open it, what I'd like to say is that this is probably the most fun draft night we're going into from a Minnesota Vikings perspective because there isn't really a lot of pressure on the Vikings to draft one thing or another, or it's a failure. Do it a certain way, or you've screwed it up, Quasey. You're fired if you don't fill whatever need. As I was talking to people today, I went golfing with my friend Sam Ekstrom. We were having a conversation out there, and we were just going back and forth. Like, who do we think it's going to be? Who do we think it's going to be? And we came up with like 13 different people. And to have the amount of intrigue that they have going into this pick is just so much different. Now, they did surprise us last year by drafting Dallas Turner, but we knew they had that second first round pick. And we knew that if they didn't use it on moving up for a quarterback, that they were ultimately going to use it on a defensive player. It surprised us that Dallas Turner was still there, but it didn't shock us that they were getting a defensive player in the back end of the first. And you go back years to the draft where they absolutely had to draft Garrett Bradbury as a center because they needed that position so badly. And you go back to having to draft corner a couple of times because they had just let their corners go out the door into free agency. And so going into it, we knew, all right, well, it's probably going to be a wide receiver that turned out to be Justin Jefferson and a corner. Or it was probably going to be Elijah Vera Tucker or Christian Darrisaw, offensive line. And we all guessed right on that. Even when Jordan Addison was picked in my final mock, I had the Vikings taking, I believe, Jordan Addison because they had Adam Thielen leaving and how are they going to fill his spot? So it was not that far away from what we expected. But tonight, there has got to be, I don't know, 20 or 30 different ways that this could go, including trades down. I mean, with Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, you never know in terms of trading up, trading for a player, or sticking and picking, trading down a few spots, drafting corner, safety, defensive tackle, wide receiver. There's so many different ways that this could go, and I truly cannot wait to find out how it is going to go. Before we get into really rolling here, just I guess the one update as far as rumor wise goes is that the Jacksonville Jaguars are trying to move up into the number 2 pick. And I mean, wherever Travis Hunter is going to go, it's not going to be a good football team because when you're the best player, you don't get to go to a good football team. But I did think that if the Jags trade up and take Travis Hunter, oof, the most exciting player maybe to come into the draft, wide receiver / corner, is going to go to Jacksonville, huh? The least exciting market. But if he doesn't, then he's going to go to maybe Cleveland or the New York Giants that are a total disaster as a franchise. So what we'll be doing tonight, just to lay it out for you, is we've got Jonathan Harrison, the producer of this show, behind the scenes. He is going to pop in with breaking news, huge developments, and we'll talk about those things. And we're going to have a few guests coming in. Expected to have Andrew Kramer pretty shortly from the Star Tribune. He's out at TCO Performance Center. And then Dane Mizutani, also out there, TCO Performance Center, is going to check in from there, and we'll get their takes on how the board may play out tonight. And Dane will come in as the picks are starting to go off the board. And then later, it will be, we're going to have Brian Murphy and also Manny Hill as well, 2 staples of this show. So it'll be very exciting as we go along to have different people popping in. Speaking of which, we have Andrew Kramer, who is inside TCO Performance Center. And there it is. There
There
it
it
is. There's
is.
the logo,
Proof.
TCO Performance Center. That is proof. And also that you're just covered in purple behind
Yes.
you there in the wall. So
Yeah, that's not how I paint my my house. No.
no, it is not. You are, that is absolute definitive proof that it is not an AI image. You are out there at TCO Performance Center. So listen, Andrew, what I was just saying is as we tried to figure out the options, and you and I had lunch yesterday and we're talking about this same subject, just so who's it going to be? How many different options they have? Why don't we start there? How many different options do you think they have? How many different iterations of this could you see happening?
Oh, I could see quite a few, especially if you see these quarterbacks slide into the back end of the first round, whether it's Shedeur Sanders, Jackson Dart. I think that's kind of the ideal scenario if they could pick one, because you got the Giants sitting there at pick number 34, eager probably to jump up into the back end of the first round. And frankly, the Steelers are that spot that everybody kind of thinks that second quarterback is going to go to, if not the Saints trading up as well. So that scenario is the one I keep playing over in my head, because when you look ahead of the Vikings draft order, the Chargers at 22, they have 10 picks. The Packers at 23, they have 8 picks in this draft. If the Steelers pass on a quarterback at 21, I imagine the Vikings are going to be the team most eager to trade back next, and a team that is their phones are going to light up quite a bit. But if they stay there and pick, Kwesi talked about wanting obviously 24 guys that you need to be happy with. I think they would find one of those guys they'd be happy with, whether it's a Derek Harmon, whether it's a Maxwell Hairston, Tyler Booker, any number of guys at various positions. Nick Imanwori, the safety, just a lot of different options for them. I could see them doing. But when you talk, and Matt, you know this as well as anybody, when you talk to people who study these draft classes and do it well, it seems like the picks number 20 through 50 aren't that different, which is why I'm sure the Vikings will not be alone in wanting to trade out. The only scenario I do not envision is them trading up in any fashion. I just don't see a guy, unless a Jahdae Barron or somebody started to slip. I just don't know who would be worth it for them to move up.
Or what they would use in order to do it. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess that they could go into their 2026 picks, or they could go Mike Ditka mode and just trade every pick that they have remaining to go up and get one guy. And I think we do know, though, as far as let's talk about the stick and pick thing, because one of the things I enjoy about our jobs is when we get press conferences and they don't want to tell us something, but we want to know. And we're trying to play this little game of like, tell us about like your philosophy about something, as if they don't realize what we're trying to get out of them. And yeah, when Kwesi talked about the stick and pick versus trade down, I think he believes it's a little bit different than a lot of the analytics community that just says, hey, more picks are better and that kind of thing. Because if you can get a star player, the other spots can be filled in by Eric Wilson in free agency or Jordan Mason in a trade. But the only way you get your hands on Justin Jefferson or Christian Darrisaw is through the NFL draft. And they're really actually super lucky to get a Jonathan Grenard in free agency and have him work out as well as he did. That's a rarity that you get players that impactful. And as the picks go by, especially as you move out of the first round, this has been looked at a few times, but when you get out of that first round, your chances of getting a star go down pretty significantly, which makes me wonder, how did you interpret the way that he talked about that idea of not trading down versus trading down in the pre-draft press conference?
Well, he always talks about value and how subjective it is. And I think you're right in general in terms of obviously the top 32 picks are always, going to be better, but they kind of view it in terms of the top 100 as well, that generally the top 100 in a draft is going to be your best shot. And this is very different from what Rick Spielman did, which he just kind of took the generic more bites at the apple, more lottery tickets are always going to be better, which is why they end up with, I think it was like 7 seventh round picks in 2020 or whatever it was. Kwesi doesn't view it that way. I think he views those day 3 picks extremely expendable. And I'm sure he sees the value in trading back in the late half of the first round to pick up more day 2 capital, which seems to be the most underrated, most available capital. So I think you're right. And I agree with you in terms of how he talked about it. He didn't seem to just think, and from everything we know, 3 years covering him, he is not somebody that clearly wants to accumulate a bunch of those lottery tickets. This is something where getting blue chip players has become more important to him. That's why you trade up for Dallas Turner. That's why you even trade up one spot for JJ McCarthy and don't risk the chance of moving or missing out on him, even though it was just one spot. So I think blue chip is important to them. It's just a matter of how many blue chip in first round grades do they have on players. Is it more than 30? Is it less than 30, which would lend you to moving back and getting one of those guys just below in the red tier. So that all depends on how they graded this out. But I do think that just in general, we can talk about top 100 picks as something that they covet and value and know that you're not going to want to trade back farther than that.
So the way I've been thinking about it in his comments is, yes, he did say you better have 24 players that you could stand up and cheer for. But I think that teams will make a list that are in this area of, if this guy drops, there is no way we let him go past us, because teams will do it for their own fit more than just a big board of the best players. In fact, that's how every team does it. It's who do we want, not how we rank every possible player. And I'm sure that there are teams that only rank 100 players overall because they only find 100 that they feel like could possibly fit for them. And my question is then, who would that be? Right? Like, who would be the players that if they drop shockingly, and look, we've seen guys that the mock draft universe thinks are going to be top 5 picks in the past. A Will Levis, for example, who was a consensus top 10 draft pick, and he falls out. And I know maybe the quarterback position's a little bit different here, but it feels like every single year there's one or two players that are completely shocking when they start to slide down the draft board. And I'll tell you, two of them landed on the Minnesota Vikings roster in Darisaw and Justin Jefferson, and even Dallas Turner last year. Did anyone not have Dallas Turner as a top 10 prospect in that draft? And then he ends up at the back end, or at least in the second half of the first round. So who in your mind could that be that everybody is in love with, that maybe the other teams, or just by based on other teams' need, could start to tumble down the board?
I think you're already seeing Jahdae Barron not get talked about the way that he probably should. And maybe that's just media. Maybe that's just people in media not liking him as much as you hear teams talking about him. But that just screams a Brian Flores guy. And it may be somebody that is too much of a tweener for other teams to want to reach that high on. It seems to me, too, that if you look back at recent drafts, corners and defensive backs are not going as high as they used to. You don't see a ton of top 10, top 15 corners. And this class is one where you've got enough guys who could probably go in the back end of the first round that you might see some of these guys slip and start falling to the Vikings. And again, I don't think they're going to jump up for one of these guys. But if they let the board fall to them, you're right. You might surprisingly see a guy like Barron somehow at 21 or 22, which I do wonder if he gets past 19 at Todd Bowles and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But that's somebody that I just see mocked all over the place. You see and read the scouting reports on him, and he's somebody that I just wonder if teams are going to kind of look past the value that he's going to bring, which I think would be a mistake. And I obviously think he's somebody that would fit this Vikings team pretty well. So I'm surprised to see how much people seem to think Derek Harmon is going to fall. And maybe that's just the depth of this defensive tackle class, the fact that you have Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham ahead of him oftentimes. That's somebody that it seems the Lions would probably be his kind of floor, but I think the Vikings would love if he was available at 24 as well.
By the way, in the chat, answer along with Andrew for his questions, because we all know as much as you do about what the Vikings are going to do in this draft. I was just talking to someone in the league the other day who said, yeah, we've been telling every NFL insider we like a certain player, but we don't. We're not drafting that guy.
I believe it, man. Yeah.
I mean, why would you, right? Why would you? So you never really know what they actually think. But I'll tell you one other thing that I heard just yesterday about how the league views this draft versus maybe some of the mock drafters. And I could be completely wrong by pick 4, or my source, I guess, could be wrong by pick 4 or 5. But that there's a possibility that Walter Nolan is way undervalued and could go in the top 10, whereas Mason Graham may not be as valued as some expect. And this is actually reflected in a couple of the final mocks. I think maybe Daniel Jeremiah, Dane Brugler, and I wonder if they maybe heard some of the same things. So there's levels to me of, whoa, if this guy drops, it would be crazy. That's the Mason Graham. If he's not that guy that everyone expected him to be at the very, very top, and it's actually Walter Nolan, okay, well, you definitely take him. And that might be one where you do move up 2 spots or something if he were to drop back. But then there's like Jahdae Barron is a great fit. I have liked him this entire time. I just see Flores all over Jahdae Barron. The other guy is Will Johnson, who is interesting to me. I saw the chat was debating Will Johnson a bit. There's a little bit of both sides with Will Johnson. He's not a good tackler. I don't think Brian Flores loves that. I do think that could hurt some of his draft stock, but he is very instinctual and he gets picks and he makes plays on the football. And he is more of a zone type of corner, which we know that even though Brian Flores is going to stand in front of us and say, yeah, we want to play more man, we just don't really see that from him. He's going to play the way he's going to play, which I think is smart. But those are the other two guys. It's like if there's a totally shocking drop, Kenneth Grant is another one that could possibly slip and make them stick and pick. But I was trying to do, it's actually funny, Andrew. I was trying to do a list of stick and picks. Like who would I stick and pick with? But then I came up with like 7 guys. And I was like, wait, that means I would trade down, I think. But what do you think about the possibility of a shocking drop from somebody?
Yeah, I think it always happens, like you mentioned, whether it was Will Levis. There's always, it seems, one or two every year that kind of slip out of the top 10 that people think should go early. Yeah, Dallas Turner is a great example from last year as well, where so many people mocked the Falcons taking him at 8. Ironically, Kirk Cousins doesn't get him as a teammate and gets somebody else. But I think every year that's going to happen. It's because as good as these mock drafts are, because you have so many good industry leaders, you mentioned some of them, they seem to hear obviously so much and kind of it builds a consensus. And there's always going to be one thing that throws it. Now the latest curveball is Ashton Genty to the Jaguars. So the Jaguars seem to be all in on a playmaker at number 5. That wouldn't be too much of a shocker, obviously, but in terms of guys that you just don't expect slipping out, I don't know, maybe Will Campbell out of LSU if the Patriots don't take him at 4. He could be there with the Bears at number 10 or something like that. Those kind of small slides always seem to happen year to year because as much as time and effort is put into these mocks and this research and reporting and talking to people, teams are not telling the truth oftentimes. Teams want to hold their cards close to their chest for a very good reason. And this is when we get to find out. This is what we've all been waiting for, to see who is going to be the one that falls. And I think the Vikings are in a good spot at 24. I think they're not too far into the back end of the first round, right there at the start of the final third of that round, or around that, I guess. And I think that's just a good spot for them to be. I think when we talk about the board, we talk about the second quarterbacks or the third quarterbacks falling in that range. I think they're going to be one of the first calls a team like the Giants is placing, because they're going to be within reach of that pick number 34 at the start of the second round.
I got 2 other guys that if they fell, you might have to just do it. And one of them is a bit of an awkward fit, but I still like it anyway. And that's Jalen Walker. He has been talked about as a top 10 potential draft pick, and he is an outside linebacker type. But what we know about Flores and what we know about really the NFL is that rotational players are king these days on the front 7. And this is why Derek Harmon has been so much of our discussion because, well, yeah, they're full at that position, but that doesn't mean the guy can't play. And the same thing would go for Jalen Walker, who is, yeah, he's more of an outside linebacker, but he has played a lot of inside linebacker. Yes, you just drafted Dallas Turner last year, but Andrew Van Ginkel is not under contract. You can rotate these guys in. If they all play 600 snaps, then you could get the value out of them, and he might just be the best player on their board. And the other guy is Calvin Banks from Texas. If the NFL does not view Calvin Banks as a tackle, he will drop. If they view him as a tackle, they'll take him, and then he'll play tackle in the NFL. But they usually just don't take guards unless it's Quentin Nelson. You're going to be like the best guard, or a Zach Martin or something. They don't take those players unless they think they're going to be elite. And if they don't, they make their way to the back. So we should talk about some different positions and just the arguments for them. And I haven't asked you what argument you like the most. We talked about a bunch when we were having lunch yesterday, who we think it's going to be, but I don't think you told me which position you like the most for the Vikings. And answer that question as well, chat. What position do you like the most if they stay at 24?
Yeah, to me, it's defensive tackle. Corner is the one that comes to mind as well. I just don't think safety, the positional value, is there. Even in a Brian Flores system, when You get a Theo Jackson, you get a Cam Bynum, a fourth round pick. You can kind of create those guys just by finding diamonds in the rough, smart, tough, durable guys who don't need to be hyper athletic. I do think there's a ceiling there at that position, but I think outside corners are so much harder to find, which is why in the secondary, I lean toward corner. And then when you look at how this draft class is projected, it seems like there's a decent number of talent to go in the back half of the first round, but that there's probably going to be a run there that leaves it pretty barren in the second or third rounds. Defensive tackle, there's more depth, but when you look at the Vikings roster, it's obviously the elder statesman in the room with Jonathan Allen, Harrison Phillips, and Javon Hargrave. And then it's some nice players, some nice projects, some nice guys that you want. Jalen Redmond, Taki Taimani, Levi Drake Rodriguez. Those are guys that could come up and be nice pieces for you, but you're lacking that kind of blue chip talent that is going to be your long-term guy there. Whereas at edge rusher, which again is a more valuable position, but is a spot that they've just got a logjam right now. Even losing Patrick Jones, those reps, they want to go to Dallas Turner. They want Dallas Turner to prove them right at that spot. And I don't think they're going to try to look for a guy to put in his way right now. Maybe somebody falls to them that they can't resist, but to me, defensive tackle makes too much sense, considering too how we expect this board to fall and how everybody talks about it. So I wouldn't be shocked if a Derek Harmon ends up a Minnesota Viking by the end of the night, if everything checks out with him, if all their interviews, the top 30 visit they did with him, if they love all that, I don't see why they wouldn't stick and pick there and keep him from a team like the Detroit Lions, who love to do the exact same thing, which is stack up their defensive line.
And there was some report about Derek Harmon having an injury concern, which you always wonder if a team puts that out there.
Yeah.
Please say he's injured just to scare somebody. Be like, wait, he has an injury? We didn't know about his injury. We're going to have to pass, right?
This happened with Christian Darrisaw. This happened in 2021 with Christian Darrisaw. His agent thought he was going to the Las Vegas Raiders at number 17, and his agents got incredibly mad with NFL media for running with a report that he was dealing with I believe, abdominal muscle injury that was unknown to teams. And his agents are saying, no, we've been telling everybody up front about this. Everybody still loves this guy. And they were floored when Alex Leatherwood went, I think it was 17th or 16th or something to the Raiders that year. They thought that was his floor. And so maybe the Vikings kind of benefited from exactly that just a few years ago. But you always got to have your antenna up when something like that comes out of nowhere. Like, okay, sure.
A lot of split in the chat. We got some wide receiver because those people definitely watch this show a lot and they know what they're talking about. Then defensive tackle, corner. The wide receiver thing, we've discussed it. It makes a lot of sense. I don't expect them to do it. But when Kwesi adofo-mensah talks about scarcity, I think that we should be listening as far as the defensive tackle position goes. But then there's a little bit of a wrinkle here with the guards this year, where I mentioned Banks, but Tyler Booker, Gray Zabel, and there has to be some value specifically to, if you get one more guy there, look what this offensive line looks like right now. I mean, I would put it as a top 10 offensive line right now off the bus, and you just have to hope that some guys stay healthy. But I mean, elite tackles, now a much stronger interior. And I think Blake Brandel can play as a starter in the NFL. But when you show me a Gray Zabel at the combine, or I was just watching Brandon Thorne, who does an amazing job over at Trench Warfare breaking down offensive line. I shared his video cut-ups of Tyler Booker, and I was like, I think I see why all those NFL people supposedly love Tyler Booker. There is an additional value when we talk about, positional value scarcity to getting 5 up there. There are so few teams that have 5 good offensive linemen. So I think if they did draft a guard, it would be justifiable, even if it isn't the traditional way we think of positional value.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I do think guards are more just findable, though. And that's tough to tell Vikings fans because they'd say, sure, have you looked at the last 10 years? Like, yeah, they're real easy to find. The Vikings just have not put a ton of resources into it. When you only spend on Josh Kleins and you only spend on whatever. And I know we've talked about this all offseason. Will Fries is a great example of how the money has risen at that position. Guards are obviously being more valued, which means they're harder to get in free agency, which kind of flies in the face of what I was just saying. But I do think starting guards come from middle rounds of drafts. It's not like you have to pick a first round guard. Defensive tackles in general seem to be harder to find with those freak talents. And there's a lot of them available every single year at the top of drafts. And then they go very quickly and they get paid even more than guards in free agency when they're available. So to me, I just don't think the value is quite there with interior O-line as it is with interior D-line. And then when you just look at the Vikings depth chart, Kwesi, Kevin, they talk about this is not going to be a need-based draft. We're going to just take the best impact available. The best impact might be a true three tech, a true a bruiser up the middle defensively that the Vikings have just not had. And I think Jonathan Allen still has it at age 30. Javon Hargrave showed that he could still be the same guy in 3 games last year, but those are question marks in the long haul. What are they going to look like in December, in January, when you want them playing their best, when oftentimes older guys are not, especially if they're relied on too much? And that's why I think those guys need some help in the middle. I think that value, they could just get more out of that spot. Whereas at guard, you can kind of rely on the fact that Ryan Kelly and Christian Darrisaw, for instance, if they're around Blake Brandel, you hope it's going to look better, obviously, next year.
People have been asking about the Diet Dr. Peppers. I do have a couple, but it's going to be a long night. So I don't think I'm just going to pound those right away. Maybe like 10 picks in, we'll have one. And then before the Vikings pick or something, and then we'll have a celebratory Diet Dr. Pepper. So Dane Mizutani is on his way onto the show shortly. He's prepping in the other room for everything he wants to say on the show. So the Tennessee Titans are also on the clock. And I would just ask the chat to stay with the TV. Like, don't ruin the picks for everybody, because some folks have us streaming while the TV is on and they're watching to get, Vikings analysis. So don't like ruin it for everybody who's trying to watch TV and line it up with this. I'm going to wait till I see it there before I say, but I'm pretty confident in who the number 1 overall pick is going to be. But the Titans, nonetheless, are on the clock. So before you run, Andrew, why don't you take a shot at it? Who do you think they're going to pick?
I'm going to go with Derek Harmon. I've been back and forth between the best corner available versus the defensive tackle. And unless Barron is there, I just think that's the guy that makes so much sense. If he somehow fell that far, that they would take him. Safety, you can't talk me into that being worth the positional value there. I'm going to go with Derek Harmon at defensive tackle. And I think that's going to be a mean defensive line if they get him.
That has been my pick as well. So we'll see if we're both right or if we are both wrong, or if the Vikings are not even picking today, right, which is going to be pretty anticlimactic, but we'll have a lot of fun anyway. Andrew Kramer, Star Tribune, your coverage on the Star Tribune there from TCO Performance Center. People should make sure to check that out. And you got teammates in Green Bay as well. Emily and Ben in covering it for you guys in Green Bay, which should be great for them. So thank you very much for your time, sir. And we will talk again soon.
Sounds good, man. We'll see you.
There you go. Andrew Kramer from the Star Tribune. And in the next room over is Dane Mizutani at TCO Performance Center. Also has lined up the camera very nicely to see the TCO Performance Center, to have absolute proof that you are out there covering the Vikings draft tonight. All right, Dane. So Andrew and I just kind of setting the stage here. The Titans are on the board. We are very much far away from the Vikings making their pick, or maybe trading out of their pick, because they don't really have any capital to move up if they want to. But we were just discussing about the different positions and which ones we like the best for just the concept of the Vikings going after. So what is your overarching thought on just the different positions that they could ultimately be looking at here with 24 on the board?
Receiver, right? I'm just kidding. I don't think that's going to actually happen. But it's kind of funny, right? This draft, because I feel like in the past, or in the history of drafts, if I would have said offensive lineman is what you're going to want, or defensive lineman is what you're going to want, a lot of people would just turn their nose. That's boring. Who cares? Who cares about the trenches? Something with this fan base, and maybe it's because they haven't had a legitimate guard or a legitimate defensive tackle that can just get after it for a very long time, but they seem to want those 2 positions in particular. And that's kind of where I land right now. I think if the board falls in your favor and you can get a defensive tackle that you can pair with Jonathan Allen, Javon Hargrave, even the depth pieces you have, Jalen Redmond flashed last year, Levi Drake Rodriguez, I know they still like him, Taki Taima. Like, if you can add somebody like a Derek Harmon, like a Walter Nolan, like a Kenneth Grant, if he falls, that's probably where I think would peg them as like this was a good draft for them, and that guy can make an impact almost immediately. So that's where I land. I know guard makes sense too. And I saw your eyes pop up because it looks like we have a trade.
We do. So let's talk about what's going on as of right now. Roger Goodell has just walked up and announced that the number 1 overall draft pick is indeed Cam Ward, and we can have a discussion on that. And the Browns and the Jaguars have agreed to a huge trade that is going to give Jacksonville the number 2 overall pick and Cleveland to number 5, dropping back, meaning that they were not so sold on Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter or a quarterback there that they were okay with moving back and presumably giving either Carter or Hunter to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Already, right off the top,
Wow.
we are cooking with gas. So let's talk about the exciting part of this, because we have already long projected Cam Ward to the Titans, and I just wish him the best. And I really mean that. That is the worst organization in football that's not named the Browns. And he's an exciting player. I don't really see it in the same way I did with other quarterbacks last year, but I hope he turns him around. Best of luck to him. He's a really fun player. But this trade here, let me see. We got some details. Number 2, a 4th rounder, a 6th round. Doesn't seem like it's a lot for them to move from number 5 to number 2. That is really interesting, Dane.
Yeah, I have, second round pick. So the Browns get the 5th pick in the draft, number 36. Oh, and then the 2026 first is what Rappaport's saying.
Oh,
so
okay. I didn't see that.
If that's like, and then like, I feel like right now and around the draft time, every like information is just pouring in. So that might not be true, but like,
no, I see that now from Schefter. I needed to open the tweet to expand it to see that. Okay, let me just read it here now, because we're scrambling. The Jags are sending 5, a 2nd rounder this year, a 4th rounder this year. That's what I had initially seen. But then a 2026 to move up 3 spots. I mean, how could the Browns not do this? This is an incredible trade for the Cleveland Browns.
Even if you love Travis Hunter, like that's one of those, if I get a Godfather offer, I pull the trigger. And I think that's what Andrew Berry's doing, is like, we love Travis Hunter. We think he's Shohei Ohtani, but you have to say yes to this. You have to. There's no way as an organization, especially one like the Cleveland Browns that has trended the way they've trended ever since they've traded for Deshaun Watson. Like this could be an franchise altering trade. I know you have to part ways with the generational talent that is Travis Hunter, but that's a crazy haul to move up 3 spots. And James Gladstone, man, like what a way to start your general manager career with Jacksonville, just going balls to the wall, all in. And if you believe in Travis Hunter like that, I guess do it. I'm assuming that's who they're going to pick, but I'm floored. I'm floored by that compensation.
I don't see any justification whatsoever for doing this. If you are the Jacksonville Jaguars, who do you think you are? If you're the Jaguars, do the Jaguars really think that they are a Travis Hunter or possibly Abdul Carter away from being a great team? I mean, this is usually the type of desperation trade that you do when you feel like one player could completely alter your franchise. Now, I know that where they're at just with their quarterback situation, they are in a win now mode with paying Trevor Lawrence, but the rest of the roster, we were both in Jacksonville last year. Did you see a team that was ready to take a next step with one player? This also makes me think, and I could be wrong, we'll find out. It makes me think if they're going to take Hunter, is he going to be a wide receiver then? Does this mean that he is going to be more of a wide receiver than a corner? Yeah, he could play both, and that's altogether possible that he could play 100 snaps a game. It seems still not likely, since we have heard that before about different players, but I mean, they need wide receivers. They need weapons, probably more than they need a corner.
The only way this makes sense is if you're playing him 100 snaps a game. Like if you really think you're getting a number 1 receiver and a number 1 cornerback, and you're okay just sacrificing longevity to this kid's career because you want to prove that you are willing to give him the opportunity to do that, I think it would be foolish asset management to play any kid, even one as well conditioned as we've heard Travis Hunter is, 100 snaps a game. I think it's a death sentence on their career from the jump. But that's what I feel like they're, and we're going to hear from them today. I know that. But if you're making this trade and you're trading as much as you have, I feel like it's because you're getting two players. Like, you feel like you're getting two players, and that's the justification. Otherwise, there is no justification. So is he a receiver? He better be. Is he a corner? He better be, because you just traded away, you mortgaged the future for, he's generational. I get that. Wherever you have listened to and consumed draft analysts or draft analysis in the lead up to this draft, all of them agree he would be the best corner in this draft. He would be the best receiver in this draft. Jacksonville has to hope that they got both at this point. And maybe they did. Maybe this is just their way of saying he's playing both ways. We're going to risk it. But man, that is, he has to play both ways for this to make sense.
That is really something. And, Nick mentions that Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter could be nasty. Brian Thomas Jr., probably the most underappreciated wide receiver of the 2024 season because he played for the Jaguars. And it also could have some ripple effect potentially on the Minnesota Vikings, because the Cleveland Browns are now drafting at 33 and number 36, which is actually a good place to draft in this draft when you're the Browns and you've got nothing for talent on your roster either. So they may just make those draft picks and be really happy with early day 2 selections. I mean, I think if the Vikings were drafting there, we'd be saying, hey, don't do anything with those picks because those are going to be good. At the same time, if they are interested in taking Shedeur Sanders and he gets past the Pittsburgh Steelers, and this could also apply to Jackson Dart or Jalen Milroe, we're not really sure how these teams feel about the quarterback. I always think that when you have some people projecting them in the very top and some in the second round, then we're just totally lost on the quarterbacks. But that could mean that Cleveland could look at packaging some picks to move up with the Minnesota Vikings. And 33 and 36, you don't have to move so far away. As Roger Goodell walks up and says, it is Travis freaking Hunter going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And I just want to say I'm sorry to the National Football League fans who are going to have to watch Travis Hunter on Thursday night against the Tennessee Titans time and time again. It just, I already wasn't super pumped about him going to Cleveland because they've been such a bad franchise forever. But Travis Hunter going to the Jaguars, it feels like a travesty that he's just not going somewhere good or fun. We might not see him on national TV all year long, except for a Thursday night game. So I guess we're going to have to watch the highlight reels for whatever it is that he does in Jacksonville, or maybe he'll turn around the whole franchise. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny. Before I walked into this room, I was in the media room, and Alec Lewis of The Athletic absolutely hates Jacksonville. It's least favorite city in the world, I think, the way he speaks about it with such vitriol. And that is where Travis Hunter now lives and plays. And we'll try to repair that franchise in a way that I'm not sure is possible. But I hope he can do it because he is a special talent. He's somebody that we deserve to see as people who consume the NFL, as NFL fans. We deserve to see him with more spotlight than we're perceiving he's going to get playing for that franchise. So they better be right. I hope they're right because I'm a fan of the kid. But man, that's a lot of pressure to put on a kid right away. Going to what you said about how this has a ripple effect on potentially the Vikings, it does make some sense naturally now, right? Like, are the Vikings going to get 33 and 36 for 24? Probably not. That would be a haul. If Andrew Berry calls up Kwesi and says, do you want 33 and 36 for 24? Kwesi should say yes faster than he's ever said yes to anything. But I think if you're the Browns, it gives you a trade chip, whether that be 33 or whether that be 36, not both, but one or the other packaged with another pick, where if you're Cleveland, if you part ways with 33, you still get to take a player in the second round. If you part ways with 36, well, you still have your original number 33. So it makes a trade up seem pretty plausible, especially knowing the relationship we know that Kwesi adofo-mensah and Andrew Barry have. Look, 9:30 could roll around and the Vikings could pick at 24, and then that entire thing I just said is rendered pretty moot. But it makes sense now. Like, if you're Cleveland, not only do you add a first-round pick next year on top of your first-round pick, which is probably going to be pretty high because you're going to suck, it gives you some optionality now to get back in the first round without risking or without giving up the ability to take another player in a draft that, by all accounts, is pretty loaded from 20 to 60, 20 to 80. So I like the move for Cleveland, and who knows, maybe we're talking about this trade and what it means for the Vikings here in a few hours.
Colt, sorry about that with the pick. Roger was standing there, and I thought he was just going to say Travis Hunter, and then we could all go forward. And I looked back at Dane, and they actually didn't announce the pick until a minute later. So I apologize. I'll wait till they show, because I'm looking back and forth here. I got my Twitter over here. I got Dane here, and I got the TV here. I will wait until it comes across the bottom to actually say it. That is my bad, though. I think we all knew that Travis Hunter was going to be that selection. So, there you go. Just going back to the Vikings and the trade down, does it make it more plausible? I think that it doesn't really change much unless we know how the Cleveland Browns feel about Shedeur Sanders. And what I found very fascinating, Dane, this year, and I guess this always happens, is that when it came down to the final last couple of days, all of a sudden Shedeur Sanders and his betting odds and where people were mocking him, it just sunk. And I wonder if that has something to do with teams having their final draft meetings right before the draft. Teams go through a bunch of different scenarios, and the only information that tends to be accurate in the draft reporting process is right before the draft. Or if maybe we've all been fooled on Shedeur Sanders being not being a top draft pick or something, and someone's just going to take him here at number 5, like Cleveland. But that does become more realistic for the trade down. I don't think it massively changes anything for the Vikings, which makes me circle back to where we started in the conversation with how should the Vikings approach the 24th overall pick. We've talked a little bit about defensive tackle being a potential option. We've sort of joked about wide receiver, but if they take one, I will jump out of this chair with excitement that they actually bought into what I was saying. But aside from that, how much are you looking at positional value for this? Because I could be convinced either way. You could tell me, look, you could get the best safety in the entire draft. And I think the most mocked player to the Vikings is Nick Emanware.
Certainly.
And that makes a lot of sense because we just talked to Harrison Smith the other day, and somebody asked Harrison, is there going to be a 2026 or whatever? And he was just like, hold on. I don't know about that. And as much as everyone loves Theo Jackson, it's not like you can't work in Theo Jackson or Nick Emanware or Malachi Starks. The only problem with taking a safety is back end of the first round safeties have not always worked out that well. Lewis Cine is not the only one to go bust recently. And as we saw, Javon Holland was available. Justin Reed was there in free agency. Cam Bynum was, Trayvon Morig. Like, that's 4 or 5 guys right off the bat of free agency that you can bring in. And I think part of the Vikings strategy includes the fact that they can get their free agents. And that was the one thing I took away from O'Connell the other day. He said, we got almost every free agent we wanted to. And as long as they win, and as long as they have this coach, this culture, those facilities there at TCO Performance Center, then they're going to know that they can get whatever free agent positions they want. That's why, to me, they should stick to one of these harder to get positions like defensive tackle or, of course, wide receiver.
100% agree. I mean, I said this on the pod a few days ago, but look at Josh Metellus, late round draft pick. Cam Bynum, mid round draft pick that actually played corner and that you turned into a good safety. Theo Jackson waiver wire claim. That's not to say you just automatically can find good safeties on the scrap heap, because it does take some very intentional like scouting and figuring out, is this a guy who could fit with us? But anecdotally, and what we've seen out of Brian Flores is he can get a lot out of guys that don't necessarily need to be drafted high. And when you hear Kwesi adofo-mensah say the word scarcity of position, and that's something I've really held on to since he talked a week and a half ago, was scarcity of position to me means like, where can we not get this? And there is no other place, and we've talked about this at length on the pod, there's no other place to get a dominant defensive tackle than if you just spend on it and you draft one really high. Similarly with, I guess, but guard is even one where it's just like you can find a guard sometimes in the 6th round. Trey Smith was a 6th round pick for the Kansas City Chiefs. Chris Jones was a 2nd round pick. Like I think there are positions throughout the league, if you want it, you have to go draft it. And that to me screams defensive tackle. I will not keep beating the drum for wide receiver, I promise, but that also applies to that position. And I was listening to you and Andrew Kramer talk before I hopped into the other room. And you said if there's a guy who just falls randomly and it's such a plummet and he's there at 24, who do you take? I mean, it's Tetairoa McMillan for me. If he's there at 24, that's the last I'll say about receiver. But actually, with defensive tackle, there's just so much positional value there. I get getting the best safety and how that could feel really good on draft night. But the 3rd best defensive tackle might be more impactful for this franchise immediately and moving into the future.
All right, so the New York Giants take Abdul Carter with the number 3 pick, probably the most obvious selection that you could ever take. Abdul Carter, a tremendous edge rushing prospect for the Giants. But what that says, since they took Abdul Carter, is that they're not taking Shedeur Sanders here. And as we go through the next number of picks, really for the quarterback position, the next spot to be talked about is the New Orleans Saints at 9. But Nick Underhill, who is kind of the version of me in New Orleans, he had reported that he did not expect them to spend the 9th overall draft pick on Shedeur Sanders either. And now the fall could potentially begin for him. But these first 3 picks, even though they're not to the teams we expected with the Jaguars making this move up, are certainly the players we expected. And now there's a lot of Will Campbell. There's a lot of Mason Graham. There's a lot of Ashton Genty, and things start to heat up. Will the Chicago Bears make their trade up to try to get Ashton Genty? I wonder, though, if they're going to try to do that. I think we just saw the price to play poker for a trade up in the top 10. It is going to be very high. And Blowfish has said Flores won't be here in Minnesota, won't always be here, need players that could play other defensive schemes. See, the way I look at that is Kevin O'Connell is pretty clear about what he wants from his defensive coordinator now. I think he didn't know that when he got to be a head coach. And even if Brian Flores goes to the NFC Championship and gets hired the next day as a head coach, I would guess they go with Durante Jones after that. They're going to stay with this scheme. They're going to be multiple. It has been so successful. And if you get good players on the defensive side, then it's going to work. Like you'll find ways. You're not going to go from playing this very aggressive multiple scheme to just a complete overhaul unless it's not working. So if you draft a Nicky Miware or a Malachi Starks and they're multiple type of players, they're going to continue to be that. And if they're good and they'll figure it out. So I'm not thinking, 3 years down the road, then this guy might not be, or even 1 year down the road, someone's usage might completely change. Before I let you go, because I know you got to get back to writing about what's happening in the NFL draft, who do you think? Who do you think it's going to be?
I've landed on Derek Harmon. I think it's just, I know they met with him at the combine. I know they've liked him. I know there's a medical leak out there that there's something screwed up with his shoulder. I don't know if you guys talked about this, but that worked out pretty well for the Vikings like a few years ago with Christian Darrisaw when there was something wrong with his, I think it was like a core muscle injury. He falls to them at 24. He's one of the best left tackles in the game. I think Derek Harmon makes too much sense, and I will couch my prediction by saying any defensive tackle. I think they go defensive tackle at 24. I think they stick and pick at 24. Everything we've heard from Kwesi adofo-mensah and Kevin O'Connell, if you just read between the lines, if you just pay attention and read the tea leaves, it's like, hey, we have a pretty good roster and we want someone who can make an impact. If a guy is screaming at you at 24 and you think they can make an impact, I don't know if that's worth 33 and 65. I don't. If you are in love with the guy, take him. I think they're going defensive tackle here in a few hours.
Okay, so we have had the same opinion, you, me, and Andrew Kramer.
Okay,
so we're
perfect.
either going to all look super smart or we're all going to look super dumb. We'll find out in not too long, but it could depend on how things change for the board. Derek Harmon could go off earlier than we expect, and maybe this medical thing is not all that much of an issue. We also know the Vikings are not afraid of the medical stuff. And O'Connell said that to us sitting there in Florida at the owners' meetings, where he said, I almost don't even worry about it when I hear a player has an injury, which is a little cocky, I think, after a year last year where they stayed healthy. But he pointed out to us, like, hey, Andrew Van Ginkel had a thing and that worked out fine. And Aaron Jones had an issue and that worked out okay. Multiple things had kind of bothered him through the years. I think it has bit them before with Andrew Booth Jr., but it has definitely not been a huge problem when they've brought in people that do have past injury problems. They play football, they get banged up, stuff happens. Derek Harmon is your pick, and I appreciate you very much, Dane, checking in from TCO Performance. I got to say, the lighting, the camera you're using, it just looks great. It looks very crisp in there tonight. So thank you so much for your time, my friend.
I've learned from the best. You've really set me up for success with this. So there you go. Goodbye.
Well, I appreciate it. Take care, Dane. Thank you very much. All right. So we are off to a pretty interesting start here. And the expectation per all the mocks is that Will Campbell will be the next guy up. And we'll see if that comes to fruition with the New England Patriots. It's pretty obvious that that's somebody that they would like, a very reliable type player. They need to build around Drake May. But if we just go back to the very start of the draft here so far, did not have a lot of conversation about Cam Ward. And here's what I want from you guys. Going to have the next guest in about 20 minutes. Let's get some conversation going. Questions, thoughts. You've heard a couple of the guys out from TCO Performance Center and what they think the Vikings are going to do. What do you think the Vikings are going to do? And what's on your mind right now as we are a couple picks into the NFL draft? And Absol, I think that's how it's pronounced, says Cam Ward will be interesting to watch. Tennessee needs help. He's not coming into a great situation. Coming into our situation, Jonathan Harrison, producer of this show. Usually you pop in when there's something afoot. What is going on, Jonathan?
The Patriots pick is in. Roger Goodell is announcing it right now. Will Campbell is that pick. But the more interesting thing now is the Browns are on the clock, and Diana Rossini reporting that they are taking offers at number 5. So that could be pretty much anybody. Could Clay's Bears be the team to move up, take Ashton Genty at running back? Who knows?
It could be. It could be because earlier today there was reports that Ryan Poles was trying to move on. Thanks. Jonathan just pops in, pops out. They might trade up. See ya. But is Ashton, when I saw that Ashton Genty was maybe a target of the Bears, I had two different thoughts. Number one was, well, that's not great for the Vikings because this guy, to face Jahmyr Gibbs and Ashton Genty and Josh Jacobs in the same division for 6 games would be pretty brutal on the run defense. But I also thought it's not a great value pick for a team that needs a lot, especially on defense. They could use more weapons. They could use more offensive line. So if Ryan Poles is willing to sell out to get a running back, there have been great running backs who have not worked out before. Leonard Fournette was generational, right? And that didn't work out. And the same went for Trent Richardson. Even you could say that Bijan Robinson has not changed the Atlanta Falcons franchise. They have not played in a playoff game since drafting Bijan Robinson at the top. And we were all told, oh, it's different this time. And he's different. And he's been really good, but I don't know that he has entirely changed the NFL. So maybe you would want the Chicago Bears to sell out to try to get a running back, but we'll see here as Cleveland is on the clock at number 5. the Patriots indeed take Will Campbell. Pretty obvious draft pick. They need some protection for Drake May there. And going back to what Absol said about Cam Ward, I feel like Cam Ward is the least interesting first overall draft pick in a long time. There have not been a lot of opinions on him other than like, yeah, we all get it. They drafted Will Levis. It did not work out. That is something to bring up, by the way, that officially with Cam Ward being drafted by the Tennessee Titans, Kevin O'Connell made the right decision not drafting Will Levis. Levis fell down the board. We all thought maybe, there's a quarterback falling. What? Maybe you should take him. And O'Connell said, not the guy for me. And he was dead right, because that same team is drafting a quarterback just 2 years later. That leaves Levis in flux. And maybe since the Vikings didn't draft him, they won't be making a trade for him as the backup quarterback. But even though Cam Ward has not been someone of interest to me, probably of interest to you, he does have a ton of talent. It's a really bad team. Will they approach it slowly with him? Or because he's older, will they go and just throw him right into the mix? Could that be problematic? He's a very, very confident player. And he is exciting. I do think he's an exciting guy that maybe plays a little Jameis Winston-like without all the interceptions. And then he could be good and he could turn them around. It's the right thing for them to do. But there just hasn't really been much debate about the number 1 overall pick. I will be watching. I will be intrigued by whether that happens. Randall mentions that Walter Nolan to San Francisco is a popular mock pick. Walter Nolan seems like the most quick rising type of player in this draft, where everyone had him in the back end of the first. And then all of a sudden, like, Walter Nolan's getting mocked in the top 15. Maybe that's going to be the case because his explosiveness is just off the charts, but his numbers to me were not as impressive. And I was a little dubious on him in comparison to some other guys. So will a team reach past what the consensus is? And intern Clay is working on these picks versus the consensus. And we'll talk with him a little bit later about that. Just a Dude says, do you think Cleveland takes Genty or Graham? So I did see on Twitter already who they're going to take, but just say it's an interesting question who Cleveland is going to take. But apparently they are sticking and picking. They are not going to be moving down like Diana Rossini was reporting. They were taking some phone calls on. So we'll see what that means to the rest of the board, who they take here. Eric says, will Burden be available at 24? I think so. And just as it pertains to those players that at the last minute, all of a sudden they go up or down in a lot of the mocks, Burden has been a guy that has seemed to go down in a lot of the last second mocks. And that makes me wonder if he slides into the second round. Remember that year with Deebo Samuel, AJ Brown, T. Higgins, these great wide receivers? Was that 2020? And CeeDee Lamb and Jefferson? Was this unbelievable receiver draft. Of course, that isn't this year, but there were some receivers who were mocked as first rounders that just slid into the second for maybe no other reason than just the fact that there were a lot of other wide receivers and they had some sort of flaw. They weren't perfect. This year feels like all the receivers are those guys. And the pick there is Mason Graham to the Cleveland Browns. So they decide to go with him, leaving Ashton Genty on the board. Will someone try to trade up for Ashton Genty, or will he be selected by the Las Vegas Raiders? That is the question now as we sit. And for the Raiders, Pete Carroll loves running backs. I think they'll probably end up taking him, and then he'll go to another place that needs some flash, needs some flair, needs some entertainment value, just to end up in Las Vegas. And they have been such a dead franchise since they moved there. At least getting Pete Carroll and Tom Brady running things. They get a quarterback, they get a running back potentially here on the board in Genty. And maybe we'll see some movement, though, if somebody wants to try to trade up to get him. But I think after that first trade to go up from 5 to 2 was so wild, giving up the next year's first, a second rounder. I can't see any other team being able to move back. So, the Cleveland, what a job by Cleveland. What a job by Cleveland, though, We don't often say that, but they need to save some jobs. Moving now, of course, if Travis Hunter becomes the best player in football history and the most valuable, and he's a corner and he's a wide receiver, which was reported by Schefter that he's going to do both, well, then we're not going to say what a job by Cleveland. But in this case, Mason Graham is a very good interior defensive line prospect. And if they have him paired with Myles Garrett going forward, their defense at very least is going to be good. And now it feels like they're going to draft a quarterback later. It's just, who is that going to be? Hunter says, I saw a few media personalities earlier say that Gray Zabel is a lock to go to the Dolphins at 13. What I have been told, if you will, I was talking to somebody in the league the other day who said to me that it's not, we've talked about picks like 25 through 50 being close together, but it's not just that. It's even picks maybe 10 through 20 being viewed wildly differently on team draft boards based on how well they fit. Just, hey, we see this guy as a perfect fit, so we're going to stretch on him past what the consensus is because we just really, really love that particular player. That might be Gray Zabel. Miami might say, we need offensive line. We think he's a perfect fit. We're not going to be able to trade back. Let's just take our guy. And in this draft in particular, especially now that we've seen what a trade up price looks like, at least early in the draft, teams might just say, hey, we're going to grab our guy. We don't care if we're going to get criticized for it. Nano Joe says Louis Riddick compared Cam Ward to Patrick Mahomes. I am old enough to remember when every NBA player that came out that was exciting and could dunk and was like 6'6" got compared to Michael Jordan. It's the same thing that happens with every quarterback who's fun and is a playmaker. Well, they're Patrick Mahomes. What people forget about Patrick Mahomes is that he does not make mistakes with the football. And that's something that we saw a lot of from Cam Ward that would be pretty concerning there for me, is the amount of turnover worthy plays that he had and the amount of times that he had to come back in games. He would get his team in trouble and then have to come back. Not exactly something you're looking for. Also, was Mahomes younger or had put up all-time great stats? Yeah, I mean, you just can't ever make those comparisons, but it happens. That's what you say on draft night. It's exciting. I will say, these views, I know a lot of you don't want to give our friends in Green Bay, Wisconsin, much credit, but what a night. It looks like weather-wise, it's great out there in Green Bay. And to be there at that place, the historic grounds, the fans that are there, it's very exciting. I know the Minnesota Vikings want to host a draft. It would be really, really cool if the city of Minneapolis was able to host a draft. And I would not have said that to you 10 years ago. I wouldn't have said it to you 5 years ago. I was like, who cares who's got the draft? What difference does it make? What, some fans are going to show up? This thing has turned out to be one of the NFL's coolest events last year in Detroit, and now the scenes that are there in Green Bay. Very, very cool. So there it is. The Las Vegas Raiders of Las Vegas going with Ashton Jeanty. By positional value, it is really not a position that you would want to take to build your franchise around. And all the numbers would point to that. I think Ashton Jeanty is in for a little bit of a difficult situation there. The Raiders do not have the best offensive line. They have a coach who is going to want to run the football, and they have a quarterback who is good playing off play action. But we have seen this from Saquon Barkley, who I think was the previous best running back prospect. Maybe it's Bijan Robinson, but I think Saquon Barkley was the best since I don't even know when. And even Saquon, if he wasn't with a great team, then it wasn't great. It was just okay, or it was just good. And they won a playoff game against the Vikings. But aside from that, he needed to be with a great team to get everything out of him. I do, though, think that it's a good thing for the Minnesota Vikings that Ashton Jeanty is not with the Chicago Bears, because Ben Johnson is their head coach. Had Ashton Jeanty ended up going to the Bears, that would have been pretty crazy. Guns Donovan says, wait, wrong one. AFC, thank God. Scott says, Guns Donovan says, dubious on Genty, like him at BSU, but the competition level is one below. Yeah, that's always a hard thing to figure out, like comparing this guy played at this college. So what does that actually mean? But with Genty, it's really the risk that running backs take for injuries and what they need to be the best version of themselves. That's what I think about a lot is Ashton Genty has all the goods. He is unbelievably explosive. He is so hard to take down. He's fast. If you saw the workout clips of him, oh my gosh, the guy can dunk a basketball at 5'8". He's like Spud Webb out there. But if the Raiders don't have a great offense and he averages 4.8 yards a carry, 4.6 yards a carry, does that really justify a team that is pretty far away from being great taking a running back? When the gap between good and great running backs, if it's not Adrian Peterson or Saquon Barkley last year, if the guy can't average 5.5+ yards per carry, and if he can't make his team way better on his face just by being him, as they're comparing him right now to Emmitt Smith, not that the broadcast would get out of hand with their comparisons. They go right to the all-time leader in rushing. We got Patrick Mahomes and Emmitt Smith right off the bat here. But is there something about, what is it about Emmitt Smith that's pretty memorable? Oh yeah, that's right. That he had the best offensive line in history. It does matter. It may or may not matter as far as his competition at Boise State because the guy just annihilated it in all-time fashion. And he may be great, but if I'm the Raiders, I just am not really sure that this is the right investment at this time when they need a lot more. But again, on the other side of my mouth is me saying, you're glad it's not the Bears taking this guy, because even in a draft with all sorts of really good running back prospects, he is so much farther ahead than anybody else in this draft. Omarion Hampton looks like a nice prospect, but Genty is one of the best college running backs of all time. It's just Leonard Fournette, we said kind of some of the same stuff, Trent Richardson. And if you draft, I mean, hey, what did Christian McCaffrey do for the Carolina Panthers franchise? Did he turn them around? Like, not really. It was not until he got out to San Francisco that he could be the best version of themselves. So this draft pick right here with Ashton Genty is going to very likely depend on how they scheme it, how they build it around him, and then whether he can stay healthy and maximize himself from there. But he's a fun player. He was really, really, really fun to watch in college. Hopefully it works out for him with the Raiders. I think at some point it would just be nice to see the Raiders be a good franchise again, to build something there in Las Vegas. That's why they hired Pete Carroll. But be glad it wasn't the Bears, because I remember that night, draft night, when the Detroit Lions took Jahmyr Gibbs. And in this very chat here, there were a lot of Vikings fans who were saying, oh man, they drafted a running back that high? What are they thinking? And I thought, well, you do have to play against him. And that would be my main concern. And of course, Jahmyr Gibbs has done nothing but shred the Minnesota Vikings. So whoever the Bears running back is for next year, it will not be Ashton Genty. And that is a good thing for the Minnesota Vikings. So now the Jets are on the clock, and they have been projected throughout this entire process to pick an offensive lineman. They are completely revamping everything they do. We're going to have Brian Murphy pop in here shortly. We'll have a conversation, and we'll also get a check in not too long about how the draft board is comparing to the consensus mock draft board, and if we are looking at a pretty chalky draft outside of a crazy trade at the top. So far, the only thing that I can come up with that would potentially impact the Minnesota Vikings is the Cleveland Browns trade down to get an extra second round pick this year, first for next year, but especially that second round pick. That makes me wonder if they could be looking to use one of those draft picks to go up to where the Vikings are at and possibly try to get Shedeur Sanders or another quarterback. Could be Jackson Dart as well. I'll throw Jalen Milroe's name out there. He's invited. I don't know if the league is looking at him as a first-round draft pick, but they could. They could look at him as being a very raw, toolsy type of player. We have seen the NFL draft Anthony Richardson, and Jalen Milroe was a lot better of a passer, even though he had his flaws, than Anthony Richardson coming out. Josh Allen is the same, that had some issues throwing the football accurately and turning it over, and then ends up going very high in the NFL draft. So maybe the world has overlooked the possibility of Jalen Milroe. Dane Mizutani and I do have a milkshake bet on that. So if he goes in the first round, Dane wins a milkshake for me. Scott wants either Barron or Gray Zabel with the 24th overall pick. You guys can let me know what you're thinking right now. Are you thinking this is playing out well so far for the Vikings? Who are you thinking that they're looking at so far? I don't think there's been very many surprises. And Jahdae Barron, that's where we get into the next 10 picks or so. Then we start talking about, okay, is he going to go? Is he going to drop? Is Kelvin Banks going to go? Is he going to drop? So why don't we take a look right now? If intern Clay is ready behind the scenes, why don't we, as we're going to, well, how about this? After the Jets, Clay, be ready. After the Jets, okay, we got the Jets pick. Is Armand Membu, the offensive tackle from Missouri. So why don't we bring in intern Clay, who his job for tonight is to track how the actual draft matches up with the consensus big board. We are using Arif Hassan's consensus big board. He took over 100 of the top mock draft analysts, their big board, compared them. So how does this beginning of the draft, Clay, match up with the expectation of the top players off the board?
Yeah, so the players selected were about as we predicted heading into it. It was really just the team selecting them that switched up. Obviously, Hunter and Carter gone in the first 3 picks. Mason Graham was projected at 5 for the longest time. And then Armand Membu at 7 pretty much locks it up. So, yeah, everybody in the top 6 for the big board, except Cam Ward. He's at 8 right here, but he's a quarterback. So, but everyone else is in line and makes sense. So.
Yeah, I never really know what exactly to do with big boards that have the obvious number 1 overall quarterback anywhere but 1. I mean, I don't know how they rank him against an offensive tackle, but Armand Membu going to the New York Jets, that means the Carolina Panthers are on the board. And I just kind of am thinking about how we've seen a lot of AFC teams picking so far, and we'll get some NFC teams coming in here that could impact the Vikings. You grew up rooting for the Chicago Bears. You have an FGB. If people can see it, you can figure out what that means pertaining to the Green Bay Packers. Give me your take on Chicago rumors that they could trade up for Gentry and the fact that that did not happen.
Yeah, I was not the biggest fan of the idea for trading up for Gentry. Gentry was like my home run, my biggest want for the Bears this draft. But trading up, especially after seeing the price it cost the Jaguars to trade up, I was terrified of what the Bears had to give up. But if he slid to 10, obviously I was going to be jumping around this room, super excited. But now I'm not sure what they did. This is that interesting. I think in my mock draft, I kind of had a similar situation where all their main top targets are potentially gone. So if maybe Kelvin Banks here, his potential rise in the last few days is true and he could get taken off the board. If not, who knows? I would love for them to trade back, but with the prices out there right now, it's not looking likely.
Okay, yeah. Just a Dude says, who's the scariest remaining prospect that the Bears could end up with? Scariest for the Vikings, obviously.
Yeah. That's tough to say. I know a lot. I've seen a lot of Tyler Warren to the Bears, which doesn't really make sense to me.
Doesn't scare me at all. If they draft Tyler Warren, I'm going to be like, okay, who cares?
Yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling. Probably one of the offensive linemen. I don't think any of these guys are like super scary now that Gentry's off the board. But the Bears, their offensive line is always injured or struggling. So if they add more depth, it's just another thing the Vikings wouldn't be able to take advantage of. So maybe the O-line.
A good pick from August is Mike Green, and that's a good pick. One of the edge rushers to pair with Montez Sweat is probably the answer to that. Clay, stay ready. Going to go to Brian Murphy here, but I think it'll get real interesting with that consensus board. And then as we go on later, we're going to start talking about who the best players available are for the Vikings. So thank you for the contribution, and we'll check in with you again soon. Intern Clay doing a great job here on draft night. Also wrote a really fun piece about why he loves the draft. So if you get bored in a commercial break, go over to purpleinsider.football and read Clay's piece. Great stuff. All right, we go to Brian Murphy here, consistent contributor on the show. Monday morning, Murph, as always. Murph, you got a nice new bright setup there. I'm very happy for you. We didn't do a sound check before, so hello.
Yeah, so how we doing with that?
Sounds great. Looks great.
We just
it's
went
draft
in,
night.
it's
Everybody
live
brought
TV,
their
it's
nice
live.
microphones. Yes, exactly. We got
Yeah.
your hardwired internet there. We're making sure that, good answer by Bernie. Walter Nolan is probably the scariest guy that could be drafted by the Chicago Bears. An explosive interior rusher is not really what you want to see. So how about this, Murph? Why don't we start out with the beginning of the draft? It just jumps right off the page with a quarterback, one, Cam Ward. We expected that. A huge trade for the Jaguars to get Travis Hunter. I look forward to never seeing Travis Hunter play football in Jacksonville, except on Thursday Night Football from time to time. But everything else has gone pretty much straightforward to this point.
Yeah, not too many surprises with the names. I love, though, the two franchises with some of the messiest histories in front office lore decide to take big swings right away and make something happen. You got, young GM trying to, cut his teeth in Jacksonville. The Browns always trying to move on from something, but probably trying to move on from Deshaun Watson and kind of wiping the slate clean there. It was just interesting to see the capital that moved. Whether that's going to pay off, clearly there's franchise history there that suggests that there could be some problems for either kid. But I still like the fact that this has become a thing now where, trades in the NFL, which were so rare during the offseason, mainly relegated to March, and they were almost always prearranged. It felt like it never felt like or telegraphed. Now there's a little bit of drama. So I kind of like where that's going, but it's just, to me, it makes draft night for some, grizzled old guy like me. And thanks for the high def camera that's revealing more gray than I ever knew. It makes draft night, a little bit more compelling.
And we have the Panthers pick is in, and one of the selections for who would be scary for the Bears is Tet McMillan as a wide receiver. That's definitely true if they were picking another option, but we'll see if what Carolina decides to do here. They've been mocked a lot of different ways. And I won't tip the pick because Roger's walking up and he's going to let us know. Okay, it is Tet McMillan who is going to the Carolina Panthers, which is an investment in Bryce Young. So the first wide receiver goes off the board. I've been a little bit skeptical on McMillan because anytime there's talk of a guy having work ethic issues, and he said in an interview he doesn't watch much tape and things like that are a little concerning, but
any job candidate that basically says I'm not really interested in the job doesn't go over well.
That is true. I also heard from somebody that there is exactly one wide receiver that has a chance to be a real wide receiver one in the NFL in this draft, and that is Tet McMillan. So they're taking a swing, just hoping that he can be their wide receiver one in Carolina. But let's talk about the Vikings. Nothing that has happened so far, as Clay was just outlining, has been any type of surprise. Maybe this is slightly surprising because some folks had McMillan dropping a little bit in the last minute. Now we have the New Orleans Saints on the board, and will they take Shedeur Sanders? But as far as anything that's going to impact the Vikings, there hasn't been a thing yet outside of that trade if Cleveland wanted to go up. So Murph, let me know what you think as far as positions, where you think the Vikings should go. Should they stay? Should they trade down? What would you like to see them do?
I like the idea of just attacking depth, and see what's there at 24. I don't necessarily think you need to stockpile, but this is where Kwesi got into trouble a few years ago in his first year when he decided to, kind of trade down and stockpile. We end up with the Lewis sign. We know where that all went. But this is critical for him. So I think they filled so many needs in free agency. I mean, they really attacked free agency strategically, financially, and schematically, and even personality wise. I mean, we all know that this is a pretty tight locker room. And I mean, there were no there's no problem children coming in. So they actually really bolstered everything in March. So, is it line depth, secondary depth, cornerback depth? I mean, is that what you're looking to bolster? Because we know 17 games, hamstrings get pulled, linemen go down, swing tackles have to swing. It gets a little ugly depending on your opponent. We all know the week to week drama there, both in the secondary and on the offensive line that the Vikings have kind of lived. So I'd like to see them fortify more than maybe get too creative and try to reach. And then I just, if Kwesi thinks that volume and stockpiling assets is the key, then we might not be talking about anybody tonight.
So we have the Saints pick is in, and the next is the Bears, and that's where it gets really interesting and starts to make a potential impact on the Minnesota Vikings. But yeah, when it comes to this draft pick and the philosophy of Kwesi adofo-mensah, I don't think we have enough drafts to really start to pin down clear trends from him, because it's happened three different ways. Last year, they traded up for both draft picks. That was unique. In 2023, that was just stick and pick with Jordan Addison, even though they were considering trading back. And then in 2022, it was a draft that completely blew up on them. But also, as far as your analytic draft charts and things like that, the value was good for them to move back. It was just that they moved out of some of the star players, and then Lewis Cine did not become anything of what they expected he would be. But the idea was, even if he doesn't, well, maybe Andrew Booth will. And he did neither. And that's why it looks so bad. But you do have to wonder, did Kwesi get impacted so much by that trade back that he's saying, you know what, I just don't want to deal with that again? Or in a draft like this, I saw Marley suggesting a trade back with the Raiders later on to take some cornerbacks, that it could make sense for some teams if they're desperate. Where I think it gets really interesting, Murph.
Well, and I'm sorry, it just depends on where every player is on the board at that moment,
right,
too.
Yes. Where I think it's really interesting is where the quarterbacks end up playing out. And are the Vikings sitting in a spot? Because now, and I'll just slightly ruin this, that the Saints are not going to pick a quarterback, even though we knew that already going in. But the Saints didn't pick a quarterback. The Browns didn't pick a quarterback. The Giants didn't pick a quarterback. Are they going to do it later in the first round where somebody wants to trade back in and the Vikings can be that guy? So you're exactly right that it really has to depend on like what their philosophy is, but also who is trying to trade up with them. Because if you're moving back 10, 12 spots, you better be getting a good offer to go along with that.
Yeah, and there didn't seem to be a lot of drama in 2022 when he was making the real-time moves and the real-time shakes, right? So this is going to be a little bit more of a test. And he also realizes, I mean, we've all seen the chatter, as annoying or as prescient as it might be, that everybody else got their extension, right? And he's still kind of hanging out around. So I still feel like this is a bit of a prove it moment to stay out of the way. You've done yeoman's work in the offseason already to fortify and supplement what you need, and you've already made your decision at quarterback. So the heavy lifting's gone. I think it's just don't overthink, don't get too cute, but always be listening clearly, because as you mentioned, it depends on what other team self-interest and motives are, and you might be able to exploit and leverage that into a need that you didn't know you might be able to address tonight.
Okay, indeed, it is an offensive lineman, not a quarterback. Kelvin Banks goes off the board. And the two guys that I mentioned as, hey, wouldn't it be crazy if they dropped to the Vikings, Mason Graham and Kelvin Banks, they didn't drop to the Vikings. Banks would be one of the first maybe reaches versus the consensus board, that he was a little more of a mid to late first. And the Saints clearly love him and they decide to move up. The New Orleans Saints doing the right thing in the way that they just did not draft a quarterback here. Their team is completely screwed roster wise. They just need good football players to put around whoever their future quarterback is going to be. Maybe later in this night, it will be someone else. Let's talk about the roster though, Murph, because they did so much in this offseason. 2 offensive linemen, 2 defensive linemen, and they filled up all these positions, even running back. Like I saw Peter Schrager, I think, was mocking the Vikings a running back in the first round. Is like, maybe he missed. I mean, he could be right, but maybe he missed the fact that they went out and got Jordan Mason as well. I think they've been left in a position here, and Kevin O'Connell said it really well. Like, we don't need anything. And that is a rare spot for the Vikings to be in.
And a rarer declaration to make.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, normally, maybe somebody always says that. Is that a version of we'll take the best guy on the board? But I think it's absolutely true. What did you think of that approach, spending as much as they did to fill up every spot, to leave them in a spot here where they do not have to try to fill any position with the draft?
Well, picking 24th as opposed to 11/10th, I think plays into that a bit. But I just think that this is a team that feels like it is ascending and gaining momentum, and established players are always going to, speed that along probably more collectively than relying on young players. I mean, Dallas Turner had some moments last year, but he wasn't necessarily elevating that defense into a new realm. So I like the fact that they had the money to spend. They had the 14 wins. They do have a lot of pillars in place in the right places. And I don't know if this was understated or overstated, because it kind of becomes a cliche. Well, it was such a great locker room. Look, I wasn't there. I read all your guys' coverage, but from what I understood, it felt like a very tight, driven, purposeful locker room. Now, everything changes every season to season, but bringing in people that can meld in that is a challenge. And it sounded like they took that into account. I mean, every team tries to, but I get the sense that the 14 wins weren't an aberration. Be prepared for McCarthy hiccups. But we're moving forward and we're being aggressive that way. And we want to do it with players that know how to do it.
Okay, so the Bears pick is in, and I'm waiting for them to say it on TV so I could say it, but
Your face says something.
the Bears. They're just going to continue to always be the Bears, and there's not any other thing that they're ever going to be is the Bears. So that's what I'm going to say until this pick comes out. Oh, we get from Tom Pelissero that the schedule is going to be released May 14th. That's that. You know what, guys? That's an emergency podcast already. We've already got scheduled for that.
The day they're going to tell us the days they're playing.
Yes. I love that.
To be clear.
You love it too. You know what? You're coming on live that night because you love it too.
I am. I love the drip.
You absolutely love it. You figure out
the deep throat reporting about who's going to play on Monday night in October. I'm hearing on this network, maybe.
Oh man. Okay. There's some sort of presentation happening here, and I really just want to say who the Bears pick so I can just
Bears
laugh
doing
at them.
Bears
This
things
is
seems to be the
bizarre,
prevailing wisdom.
Bizarre pick for the Chicago Bears. Come on, just say it. Hey, it should get huge cheers from the Green Bay fans because this is not going to be much of an impact pick, I think, for them going forward. I mean, I suppose with Ben Johnson, it could, being their head coach, but it's a little bit of an odd one.
Is he going to read the Piccolo poem?
I saw that. Come on, you can't make fun of that.
No, I'm not. I think it was a shrewd PR move.
Yeah, it was. He's trying to just be everything that Matt Eberflus wasn't, which is more of a real person than Matt Eberflus was. But all I need from Ben Johnson to be better is just to hit a timeout.
Eberflus is still contemplating that Thanksgiving Day timeout.
One of the worst managed games I've ever seen. All right, Roger is at the podium, and I think I can say it out loud now that they are picking. Come on, Roger. Say it so I could say it. I promise not to ruin the picks until they show up on TV. Okay. Sorry, no disrespect to Steve McMichael, one of the all-time.
It's a Steve McMichael memorial going on right now.
Yeah, one of the all-time greats. I mean, what an unbelievable
A
player.
pillar of the '85 Bears, which is one of the all-time NFL teams, not just on the field but off.
Absolutely. And for them to be able to get him into the Hall of Fame this year was really special. To have his wife represent him, the battle he fought, all that, very incredible. So that it's going to be uncomfortable to go from a Steve McMichael, one of the great NFL players in history, to really making fun of the Bears here in a second. So I apologize for that. But as soon as this pick comes up, we're going to make fun of them because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
But in the meantime, I do want to just say one of the beauties of the moves that the Browns and Jaguars made is that it allowed coverage to inject Chuck Bednarik back into the conversation, the last true two-way player in the history of the NFL, or at least the modern, the full-time two-way player.
Okay, here it is. The Bears with the 10th overall selection take someone that you're never going to be scared of, probably going into the future. Colston Loveland, a tight end from Michigan. This is our first massive reach from a team in this draft. And look, they had Greg Olsen there once upon a time. Ben Johnson in his offense really utilized Sam Laporta as a high draft pick tight end. But this is just,
you could have found one of those somewhere else, correct?
Yeah. This is not a position when you are the Chicago Bears and you need a bunch of different stuff that you take with the 10th overall pick, with every edge rusher, every defensive tackle outside of Mason Graham, other potential weapons. Maybe if you wanted to reach on a wide receiver, it would make sense, but every offensive lineman outside of two guys. This is a strange pick. He is a good tight end, I'm sure, but the history of tight ends is horrible at the top of the draft. See Kyle Pitts. Our guys is always going to be different. This is one of the hardest positions in football. It takes years for these guys to develop, and their overall impact, unless you are one of the 5 or 6 best in the league, is just not that much. There's also a pretty good argument he's not the best tight end in the class, because Tyler Warren was talked about as the best tight end. Bears going to bear, Murph, until they can actually prove that this is a good pick and that they should be a concern in the NFC North. It is still Detroit, Minnesota, Green Bay, and that other team.
Yeah, that does sort of clip the wings of the Bears ascension story, which seemed to gain a lot of traction with the house cleaning and sort of the way that Williams played when he was, not being chased all around. It feels like, as you were mentioning the tight end, I kind of had this vision of, just another guy to gain 8 yards on 3rd and 12, or another guy to maybe whiff on a block that your quarterback gets chased out of bounds on 3rd and 12, and it only makes 5 yards to gain, who catches an occasional first down in garbage time, might block a field goal in week 14. This is just all spinning in my head. Like, I see this guy doing that as the 112th overall pick, maybe, perhaps, as a developmental dude.
Well, I mean, it's a good point. Like, they already have Cole Kmet, who they spent a fairly high draft pick on not too long ago. And I think August says this right. Glad the Vikings didn't hire Ryan Poles. Now, look, Ryan Poles got the number 1 overall draft pick, took one of the best talents at quarterback that may ultimately work out for them in the long run, that Caleb Williams takes a big step and then just blows everybody out of the water. And he's incredible. That is still on the table for Caleb Williams. However, when you look into the history, and this may be why they're doing it, when you look into the history of guys who took this many sacks early in their career, they usually don't stop doing that. They usually continue to take a lot of sacks. Getting a weapon for Caleb Williams makes sense. It's just exactly what you said, a guy who could get you 8 yards on 3rd and 12. And the Vikings paid TJ Hawkinson because they felt he was one of the rare tight ends that actually has more impact. And even then, as he goes forward and becomes more expensive, we may end up saying, I don't know if that's really worth it. How many tight ends scare you in the NFL? George Kittle, Travis Kelce, Mark Andrews used to, maybe not as much anymore. there might be two more other than that where you're like, okay, this guy's going to be a huge factor. And when that's the case, drafting one with the 10th overall pick, when there are so many premium positions on the board, they need offensive line. They need everything on defense. I
They
am
need a
pretty
splash
surprised.
headline. They don't need scrutiny and wondering why. So is this a Ryan Poles pick? Is it where's Ben Johnson's fingerprints on this? As you mentioned, yeah, they exploited and leveraged the talents of Laporta, but they could because they had all the other weapons. I mean, the Bears do not, and they're coming across, and they still have an unproven quarterback. So you're surrounding him with a good third option, maybe.
At best. So, okay, we get our, I would say the trade was pretty surprising to see Cleveland go up, but the picks were not surprising. This is our first pick where you go, okay, that is a shock. To not take Tyler Warren as the top tight end, because Tyler Warren at least had an element of him that's a little more dynamic, a little more physical, kind of a George Kittle type of player that you would have said, all right, well, Brock Bowers, Steve mentions as a potentially scary tight end, but that's really the list. And when Kyle Pitts was taken, it was this guy's different. This guy's going to be the one who really, but I think of running backs and tight ends similar, that they are players you can kind of find throughout the draft that develop from the third, develop from the fifth all the time, but they're also a product of their environment. If you have a great passing game around that guy and a great quarterback, you can make that work really well. But if you don't, and this Bowers an example,
You plug and play, you integrate. That's what you do with a tight end.
The Raiders passing game was horrible last year. Like, good for you. You had a tight end with a bunch of fantasy stats, but he didn't really do much. So let's circle back now, knowing what we know now, the first 10 picks. There's nobody that's gone off the board that I had anywhere really near the Minnesota Vikings, except for maybe if Calvin Banks was going to drop. Clearly he did not end up dropping. So what are we thinking now? How are we feeling? I feel like everyone that we've been talking about, there hasn't been a huge shock outside of this Colston Loveland thing that was not on the board for the Minnesota Vikings, that all options remain on the table, Murph.
I think that's the key. I was just going to say all options are on the table. I mean, you have the full palette to, the draft room still has plenty of scenarios, plenty of ways to strategize and not get greedy and not, and maybe, not get too cocky about chuckling or chortling at the Bears because you're still in a brutal division. But I just feel like, again, don't force something. Don't listen to who's calling, but also be comfortable in your position and be comfortable in the fact that you strengthened, fortified, plugged, and supplemented your roster already with proven players. Now you're layering in some depth. And if you're trading down to build more, that's clearly a signal that that's what they intend to do. But yeah, you might see somebody be desperate to reach back at 24 if they feel like there's an impact player that they need. And the Vikings may just step aside and say, fine, what else you got?
Okay. Jarblon says that Loveland was 12th on the Arif Hassan consensus board. So at least in this area is where he was expected to go, but he was not expected to go above Tyler Warren. It's not really about the caliber of prospect to me. It's about
it's not his fault.
It's really right. I mean, he's a good prospect. I would never say he's not one. It's just, if you were drafting for the Bears to try to make it so they didn't get someone who impacted their matchups with the Vikings, I just don't know how many teams, think about last year, like how many teams on the Vikings last year's schedule had a tight end where you were thinking, oh boy.
God, if they don't neutralize him, it's going to be a long day.
Right. And we were told the same thing about Freiermuth. We're told
maybe
the same thing
the Lions, perhaps.
Yeah, Sam Laporta. But of course they have four other guys who terrify you, and then he is in addition to that.
Yeah, he's just lost in space.
Warren was at 7, on the consensus board. So Michael Williams goes to the 49ers. They continue their trend of almost always drafting edge rushers.
Always defense.
That's fine. That's a fine pick for them. So Manny Hill is standing by. Plus, the chat really wants intern Clay's reaction to the Bears taking Colston Loveland. So give us a final statement, Murph. I really appreciate you taking some time tonight to jump on live during the draft. As we go down the stretch here, what should Vikings fans be thinking, feeling? What are you going to be watching for?
I don't feel like they're going to torpedo anything tonight or anything in the 2025 season. If anything, they will strike a deal or find a player that will make an impact somewhere during the season because they're a key depth player. And I think I just depth is so important now in the NFL because it's 17 games. It's brutal. They're rumored to maybe even be going back to Europe again this season. It's just a tough road to hoe. You need depth and you need skill and experience. So I hope they go in that direction, but keep your ears open because there's always a desperate player that looks like they're desperate to get rolled.
I think these next 5 to 7 picks are really going to tell us a lot about what the Vikings are going to do. If some names that we've connected with them start to go off, then maybe we're going to be looking at, they should probably trade back. But if a lot of those names, I'm thinking of Jahdae Barron here, the cornerback from Texas, if he starts to fall, and he's supposed to be a top 15 pick, then it starts to get dramatic. The same with someone like Kenneth Grant, the guards. There's a lot of things that are to come here. So Brian Murphy, Monday Morning Murph, co-host during the regular season and columnist as well over at purpleinsider.football. Thank you so much for your time, good sir.
Oh, awesome. Let's check back in around the schedule time.
Okay. Oh yeah. You're coming on live for that. We want to hear about the next Brian Murphy road trip, which has become a staple of every season. So we'll talk
in the air on that too. Yep. All right.
All right. Take care, Murph. Very good. The pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys. We got to reach here. Everyone wants to know intern Clay's reaction. So we're going to get that in just a second. But this pick, Tyler Booker. I had heard that the NFL was high on Tyler Booker. I thought that meant 20. I did not think that meant 12. So Dallas doing what Dallas does, going offensive line. I cannot criticize them for that, even though it's a reach on a guard for the Cowboys. But look, it's an offensive lineman in Dallas. It's a giant guard. It's a fine pick for them, but it is the first guy that we can actually say that we have mocked to the Minnesota Vikings that is now off the board. Tyler Booker, offensive lineman for the Alabama Crimson Tide, now is a Dallas Cowboy. So there you go. They use the pick on a guard, and he seems pretty darn pumped. But everyone wants to know, before we get to Manny Hill, intern Clay grew up a Chicago Bears fan, has learned to cover the Minnesota Vikings, has been disappointed many a night on draft night. How are you feeling about Colston Loveland to the Chicago Bears? Do you agree with my assessment that he's just not somebody who scares anyone in Minnesota that they're going to draft a tight end here?
I don't even have words right here. This is why the Bears are the Bears. It doesn't make any sense. And like, if you're gonna go tight end, why not go Tyler Warren, who seems like the better prospect, who can help at least protect Caleb Williams more, maybe. It's just there's so many players on the board that I feel like would make sense. And yeah, Loveland's like 12 on the big board, but that's still a crazy reach if you're just thinking logically. So why not reach on guys like Walter Nolan, Mike Green, even like Malachi Starks? Like there's so many other options here that I feel like could have impacted the team better. And unless he completely surprises me, it's just really, really tough. And we have Cole Kmet. Like, come on. I know he did nothing last. Oh God, yeah, sorry.
Well, if you're factoring for positional value, I think it is a reach, even if he is a good prospect. But your job this evening, you're gonna have to refocus. You're gonna snap back into it here. Is to compare the actual draft to the Arif Hassan consensus draft board to tell us who are the reaches, who are the steals. Tyler Booker just went off the board with the 12th overall pick. I am very surprised that they did not go with an offensive tackle or a wide receiver if they were going to reach on somebody. Instead, they take somebody that I had pegged as maybe a potential Vikings fit for them at 24. How do the last couple of picks compare to the consensus board?
Yeah, so Ted McMillan was at 10 on the big board, so he about adds up. And then Kelvin Banks was more towards the mid round at 15, so he was kind of a surprise to go inside the top 10. And then Michael Williams, another player, he was at 20. Oh God, where'd he go? 20. Oh God. 18. My fault.
18.
He was at 18. And then Tyler Booker was all the way down at 31. So
we got a lot of
last
reaches
two
here. It
picks,
sounds to
yeah.
me like we got a lot of reaches here. We
Mhm.
haven't really had steals. So now give me who's the best on the board with the big board there.
Yeah, so with the big board, we still have
Tyler Warren's got to be at the top, right?
Yeah, Tyler Warren's at the top at 7, and then Malachi Starks is at 16. Jahad Campbell's at 14. Jahdae Barron 13. They have Shamar Stewart at 19, and then Walter Nolan at 20. So,
okay, very interesting. Very interesting that we've seen some teams that are reaching versus what the outside world thought. And what we heard going into this, Clay, was you guys are going to be surprised. You're going to be surprised versus some of the mocks. I mean, I think Tyler Booker was probably the player that people were farthest off on, not realizing that the league thinks this guy is an elite prospect. And I just thought positional value was going to change that. But for the Dallas Cowboys, they were built on the great offensive lines. They did it with Dak Prescott and Ezekiel Elliott a few years ago, and now they're trying to recreate that. So Miami's pick is in. There's been a lot of talk about Gray Zabel. We'll see if that's who that is. But, well, I'm sorry, buddy. You didn't have your exciting draft night of them trading up for Will Johnson, also on that consensus board, is another guy who is still hanging around. You didn't have your Ashton Genty trade up, but a weapon nonetheless for Caleb Williams, and maybe Loveland will become a rare difference maker. We will see. One of the things is we always compare the reactions to the reality, and the reaction here is, oh, well, that doesn't impact them really at all. Maybe we'll be wrong. Maybe he'll be an elite tight end. We're going to find out. So. We'll see. All right. Stay behind the scenes there and be ready. Coming soon with Vikings potential best big board picks when we go back to you, Clay. Thank you very much. Intern Clay there. Very frustrated by his Chicago Bears doing the thing that only the Chicago Bears would do. And that brings us to Manny Hill in an undisclosed location. Manny Hill, what is going on, my friend? How are you? Well, I'm not hearing audio from you, Manny. So see if we can check the settings there, or maybe I can bring you out and bring you back. Oh, okay. I think I got you there. Go ahead.
Got me?
Yep. I got you. What's going on, Manny?
Poor Clay. Poor intern Clay, man. I feel his pain. I saw that pick and I was like, what the hell are the Chicago Bears doing? They didn't even take the best tight end in the draft. Didn't even take the best guy at that position.
I just think if you're the Bears, what you really need is the key positions on the field. You need edge rushers. You need defensive tackle. You need corner. You need players on the defensive side, because as much attention was on Caleb Williams, they did not have a good defense last year. You just hired an offensive coach, which is probably why he went with Colston Loveland to be the next Sam Laporta or somebody for them. But even that kind of guy, if you're going to catch 70 passes for 680 yards or something, it is just not worth a top 10 draft pick. That's a spot where you move back if you're going to do that. And then the first player that is off the board that we had circled for the Minnesota Vikings, Tyler Booker, goes to the Dallas Cowboys. So let's go all the way back to the beginning, though. Manny, give me your take on the trade made between the Cleveland Browns and the Jacksonville Jaguars. What did you think of that decision for the Jags to go grab Travis Hunter?
Well, clearly the Jaguars were superstar hunting, no pun intended, there, trying to get Travis Hunter, who's just the best overall talent in the draft and has a chance to be, just a really, really special player. So I get it from the Jaguar standpoint of wanting to make that big splash, Shad Khan, Tony Khan, they kind of seem to be those guys that want to make the big splash. They did it with a head coaching hire with Urban Meyer a couple of years ago, fell flat on their faces with that whole decision. I think they got a home run player that I think is going to be really special, obviously, but boy, did they give up a lot to move up 3 spots to take him. And now I think you have to hope that Travis Hunter can be everything that we all anticipate him to be, which is special, a franchise-changing player. And now, really, I think you look at somebody like Trevor Lawrence and you say, all right, man, you got really no more excuses. You got a really good wide receiver in Brian Thomas Jr., and now you're adding another weapon, a guy that's going to be kind of a two-way player for your franchise. It's time for Trevor Lawrence now to stay healthy and to really get things in gear. They got a new coach, so we'll see what happens. But boy, they gave up a lot to get him, and you just have to hope that Travis can really turn things around down there.
And what I think that did was really restrict the other potential trades, because I saw Diana Rossini just say that the Rams were trying to trade up with the Panthers. The Panthers decided not to do that. And if other teams were trying to shuffle maybe for Genti or someone else, they probably realized we got to give up next year's first and then some to even go up a few spots. But another surprise versus some of the draft boards, number 13, and another player that the Vikings could have targeted, zoop off the list, Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle for Michigan. Well, I'll say this, that my love for Kenneth Grant was justified by his draft status here. Disappointing that Grant will not become a Minnesota Viking, because my thought was, this is your Vita Vea, this is your Dexter Lawrence, your guy who has the skill and the talent to develop pass rush moves and is a top-notch beast gap stuffer to start and a great freaky athlete. I think I'm in my old school comparisons compared him to Vince Wilfork. He is a fun watch on tape, and the Miami Dolphins now get him to replace what they lost in Christian Wilkins a couple years ago. But Booker and Grant going off the board in back-to-back picks, these are players that were regularly mocked to the Minnesota Vikings. So, well, what that means, Manny, is 2 reaches means 2 intriguing players on the board. And we have Jalen Walker is still on the board, who is a very fascinating, like maybe shock pick for the Vikings if he were to continue to fall. Or Jahdae Barron, we keep bringing up, but he's not getting taken. And some people even had Nicky Nware mock drafted pretty high, and he's clearly still on the board here. So
Derek Harmon's still there too.
Derek Harmon, yes. Things right now, Manny, are starting to get hot for the Minnesota Vikings.
Even a guy like Will Johnson, we talked about, corners, the possibility Vikings could take a corner. I don't think you can ever have enough corners. If Will Johnson, who I thought was going to be, maybe a top 15 type of guy, if he starts to slip down to 20 and get into that 22, 23 range, now you're starting to look at somebody like him who could potentially be available for the Vikings if he continues to fall. And Will Johnson's a big physical corner. We know that Brian Flores likes those type of corners. He had those type of guys in Miami. If Will Johnson continues to slip, that could be an interesting guy to watch too.
You're absolutely right. And right now, the Colts are taking Tyler Warren, the tight end from Penn State. And as Steve points out in the comments, no corners are taken so far. And this is what I enjoy about draft night, Manny, is comparing what we thought would happen, kind of theories going into it. I think I could see this happening or that happening. My big theory was I just don't think teams are going to invest that much on the corners, and we have not seen them do that here in this draft, as the second tight end comes off. How wild is that? The second tight end comes off the board before the first corner. I would have thought that at least one corner would have gone, but Barron is only a fit for so many teams. Johnson clearly has some red flags, and those are the guys starting to tumble down the board. Also, we have not seen Walter Nolan get drafted yet. And he was somebody that could have been a potential sneak into the very top of the first round in the back end there. And only one wide receiver so far. Just Tet McMillan goes to the Carolina Panthers, which if he settles into liking football and grinding, could be a really good pick for them. I think there is maybe a little reach element to that, but the best wide receiver in the class, Tech McMillan, going there, but that has left everybody else. And Manny, we need to talk about this as well. We are 15 picks in now as Atlanta's on the board, and there has been one quarterback off the board. And the farther we march, all those teams, the more we go down this board, the fewer teams that could make that pick, and the more teams in the early part of the second that might pick up the phone and call the Vikings. But what do you think of the fact that there has been only one quarterback so far?
I'm not surprised by it, just with all of the stuff that we've heard said and speculated about with Shedeur Sanders, that, I thought going into this draft that he was the second best quarterback in this draft behind Cam Ward. But we heard about all the stuff about, potential stuff about his attitude and, and even just some of like the physical traits. You kind of wonder, everybody in the league now is looking for the big physical freak at quarterback, the Josh Allen, the Lamar Jackson, Anthony Richardson, albeit very raw coming out of Florida, has all the physical traits that you want to have in a quarterback now. And Shedeur doesn't really have that. He is very accurate. He's very smart with the football, doesn't make a lot of mistakes. But you just kind of wonder about, does he have the big arm that teams are looking for now? Does he have the ability to move around and use his athleticism in the pocket and scramble out and extend plays, which is what a lot of people are looking for now. And because he's not overly special at any one thing, he's just good at, quite a few things. This day and age in the NFL, you're just not really looking for that anymore. A lot of teams are just not looking. They're looking for the special guy that's going to be the next Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. So Pittsburgh might be a team to watch for Shedeur, but I don't know. Like, if they pass on him, I'm not super high on Jackson Dart. I thought he kind of disappeared in some games for Ole Miss. I know his teammates loved him out there, but I'm not super high on him. So if Pittsburgh passes on Shedeur, we might see him end up going in the second round, or like you said, if somebody wants to trade up with the Vikings at 24 to move in and then take Shedeur, we'll see if that happens there.
And I just have, who knows, almost a little bit of a feeling that Jalen Milroe might go ahead of some of these guys, because there's one guy who has something special to his game that is left in this entire class, and that is Jalen Milroe. And his running ability is crazy special. And some teams might squint and see a Jalen Hurts in him, where the running is special. Now, look, Jalen Hurts was a better passer in college, but it's not like Jalen Milroe was an atrocious passer. He had some really bad moments, and I don't think he sees the field that well. He's not the tallest guy, but man, he can run the football like any running back in the league with his raw speed. And that has been a pretty effective strategy for some teams, as long as you meet a certain baseline, like not the Anthony Richardson, but if you meet a certain baseline of being able to throw the ball, it opens up everything. It opens up your running back, it opens up your wide receivers, and you can make plays when there are no plays that are there. That's what I think teams do not love about Shedeur Sanders and Jackson Dart. Is this is a league where defensive lines dominate, defenses are crushing in the Super Bowl and in the playoffs. You have to be able to escape when there's pressure, and that's something that neither Sanders or Jackson Dart can do. But the Falcons are on the board. Some of you have made the same joke that it would be funny if they drafted a quarterback. That is unlikely to happen, though. Just not a lot of defensive players. The edge rusher for the second straight year, the edge rusher class was not of much intrigue to the NFL. I wonder if that's Atlanta here and where they will go. But as the corners continue to drop, it becomes more and more of an interesting possibility for the Vikings to potentially take a cornerback. We should take a look. Yeah, let's take a look at the draft order. That's a good idea to look at the draft order here and try to just project a little bit forward. Let me call it up here of what we got coming up next. So right now it is Atlanta. Then it is Arizona, Cincinnati, Seattle, Tampa Bay, Denver, and Pittsburgh are the next teams on the board. And so I guess, gosh, if we're trying to project who those teams are going to take, the Bengals need defense. Arizona could go just about anywhere, but I think offensive line or defense for them. Seattle needs a lineman. That might be Gray Zabel. Tampa Bay needs defense. The Broncos need a weapon. I mean, when the Vikings get there, Manny, there's going to be players on the board who are really good. I think that's just projecting it forward with those teams. Even with a couple of potential targets, that means other guys that were ranked higher are now going to be on the board.
I think this is playing out pretty well for the Vikings because they're going to have some real options to go with. If they decide to stay at 24 and not trade down, they're going to have some options. We talked about interior defensive line. We talked about corner. I know, somebody like a Malachi Starks is available. We talked about safety and everything. And I know the Lewis Scene thing has some fans kind of worried about taking a safety in the first round. But, if I tend to trust Brian Flores, if he sees a guy and he likes him, I tend to trust Brian Flores a little bit more than I would trust Ed Donatel, if we're being honest. So I wouldn't be opposed to them taking a safety, especially when we know about, we just don't know how much longer Harrison Smith. It's great that Harrison Smith is coming back, but we just don't know how much longer he's going to be a part of the Vikings going forward. And, they like Theo Jackson, but if you get a guy that can be a difference maker on your defense, it's hard to say no to that. So the Vikings are going to have some options at 24. It seems like, the corners are slipping. I like the idea of taking a corner in that spot, and even if, somebody like a Derek Harmon slips as well, if he's there, he's definitely a guy that they should look at as well. So I think this is setting up good for the Vikings to have a lot of options and to really kind of get a guy that they really want that can help them.
Yeah, Frida makes a good point that Loveland and Booker going that high may allow somebody to fall to the Vikings. I think maybe more Booker. I expected Loveland to be before the Vikings, but I did not expect him to be quite as high as he is. But Booker going definitely allows for maybe even some defensive talent here. And it also might press somebody to reach on Gray Zabel, though, over these next couple of picks, because now I'm looking at Seattle going, there's not many guards left. So Banks was a guy who could potentially move in to guard, and then Booker. But now the next guy on the board is really Zabel. And aside from that, if the Vikings want to guard, you're probably going to wait until the third round.
Wasn't Tyler Booker projected by a lot of people to go like end of the first round?
He was. That's a big reach. It's a big reach.
That's
yep.
All right, Jerry Jones, you have a blast with that one. Wow.
Okay, so the Atlanta Falcons are taking Jalen Walker and still trying to time that out with the TV. With Roger going up to the podium, I never know if he's going to say it or if it's going to take a second. But Jalen Walker goes to the Atlanta Falcons. So that's the guy I did think could fall, but maybe didn't expect him to quite fall this much. Doesn't really truly impact the Minnesota Vikings because I did not have any expectation of him being there. Derek Harmon still on the board. Will Johnson, Jahdae Barron, all these players. And someone asked, let me scroll back up. Someone asked about wide receivers. Tony said, which wide receiver would you have them take at 24? Well, it might depend on who they think is a better fit, Egbuka or Luther Burden. I really like the idea of Luther Burden because he breaks tackles. He's explosive. He's an underneath type of wide receiver when you have two guys who are deep wide receivers. At the same time, Egbuka kind of takes me back a little bit to Jackson Smith-Njigba, where he was an underneath wide receiver, not necessarily yards after catch guy, but just a get open guy. And Egbuka is a quality wide receiver 2, probably in the league, like 2 or 3. To me, that's very valuable. But the Vikings, as I've, ridden this, they should take a wide receiver take, Manny, for years. But really, into this, looking forward with Addison and his price tag and all that, are you going to pay Addison and Justin Jefferson as, 2 of the highest paid receivers? Because you might have to do that down the road. Are you concerned about his off field? Plus 3 wide receivers is better than 2 for JJ McCarthy. The whole argument. They might get to the board and they're all there. Burden, Egbuka, Golden, whoever they like in the second round. and then also the defensive players. And here's one thing I wonder about with Kevin O'Connell. They've spent a lot on defense, a lot of money, a lot of draft capital. Dallas Turner moving up last year. And if if I'm Kevin O'Connell, I might be in the draft room being like, maybe you could just toss some of that over there. I mean, I know they got the guards. It becomes a real conversation if they get to that spot, and this is becoming more and more realistic, and Egbuka and Burden and Golden are all on the board.
If Gray Zabel is there, do you think about taking him and throwing him in at left guard? You know, I know he's a tackle at North Dakota State, but he's a guy I know you've talked about could be a guy that could potentially move in on the inside. I mean, that's another one that Kevin O'Connell might be wanting to look at and just say, like, hey, let's throw me a bone on offense here. Give me something that can help my young quarterback and keep him clean in the pocket and to really help with the development of J.J. McCarthy. And that might be with just adding a offensive lineman to bolster a unit that you've drastically improved now with all the money you spent in free agency too.
Just so you guys know, if you are subscribers to PFF, you can do a real draft sim in real time with the picks on the board. I just found that out because I was going to run a draft sim and see who might go in the upcoming picks. The draft simulator thinks that Mike Green, Jahdae Barron, Will Johnson, Emeka Egbuka should be the guys that are coming off the board. But even if that is the case, you mentioned Gray Zabel, he would be there for them. Malachi Starks, Walter Nolan. I now am questioning some of the Walter Nolan reporting that the team loved him so much, or that the league loved him so much and all that. It seems that there might be some concerns about the character there, that he's not going to go as high as expected. The pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals. I'm not, Scott mentions that Jahdae Barron is a nickel. That's just not an insult to me anymore. Jahdae Barron is Honey Badger to me. To me, he's a Tyrann Mathieu type who plays all over the field and impacts a lot. Right. And high intensity, high intelligence. Nickel used to, like, slot receiver. Justin Jefferson's just a slot receiver. Like, okay, well, don't they use guys in the slot constantly in the NFL now? You have all sorts of condensed splits. How often do we see, Manny, when you and I were growing up, Jerry Rice and John Taylor or Randy Moss and Chris Carter are lined up outside the numbers as far wide as they can get, and that's where they're running from. They're not moving. They're standing right there, and Deion Sanders is right here across from them. They don't play that way in the NFL anymore. So Jahdae Barron, if he's going to be an inside type of guy, well, that's totally fine because that position has a ton of value. Now, the Cardinals pick is in. I looked up and it said Matthew Golden, but they're just showing Matthew Golden sitting there. He's a guy I'm really not sure where he's going because he ran that crazy 40, but hasn't the league gotten smart enough to know that a guy running a crazy 40 does not mean you just take him in the top 20? I think we've gotten to that point in our lives that we know that. All right, Manny. So knowing what we know now, who's on the board, who would you take for the Vikings? Who's still on the board right now? Who would you want? Can you still hear me, Manny? Did I lose Manny?
I'm back. You got me?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Your classic head freeze there. Okay. Now Walter, no. Okay. All right. So I was just saying, hey, well, he's dropping and whatever. There he goes. That Walter Nolan is now off the board. And that leaves Derek Harmon, Kenneth Grant also off the board. The league is absolutely jumping in and taking defensive tackles here. That means Cincinnati's not taking a defensive tackle. Would they go edge and try to trade Trey Hendrickson, who seems to be a very unhappy Bengal there? But we're closing in. We are closing in on the Vikings pick now with a lot of good players on the board. So that was the last thing I was going to ask you, Manny, is just with what's on the board right now, how it's played out, who would you take right now?
If Derek Harmon is there at 24, I'm taking him. That's the guy for me. If he's not there and Will Johnson is there, then I would take him. So I'd go Derek Harmon first, and then if he's not available, then I would go Will Johnson if he's available.
So two things I notice at this moment. Number one is that nobody's trading down. We haven't seen any trades down. That makes me think, unless there's a quarterback in play, the Vikings have a higher chance to draft at 24. They also have a higher chance to draft at 24 just because there are very good players starting to slide, and the cornerbacks are sitting there along with Derek Harmon as well. And there are more teams, or there are more players that we're very happy with at 24 than there are teams left before the Minnesota Vikings pick. So I'm going to roll it on out from here, Manny. I know that you're actually working while you're doing this appearance, so I appreciate that, and you taking the time. That you're the first person that hasn't come in with a beautiful new look. You're kind of in a closet there, but I really do appreciate the time and the effort to pop in and talk some draft with me this evening. So I will see you again very, very soon, my friend.
Looking forward to it. Football, it's a fun night of the year.
It
Talk to you
is.
soon.
It really is. Thanks, Manny. Okay, for a look, hopefully he has recovered from the rage of his Chicago Bears drafting Colston Loveland. We go back to intern Clay. Now, best players on the board. After the Arizona Cardinals take Walter Nolan, you are our official reporter with the consensus big board. So who are the best players remaining on the consensus big board?
Yep. So we got Will Johnson still there, Jahdae Barron, Jod Campbell, Malachi Starks, and then some pass rushers, Mike Green and Shamar Stewart. And then still the receivers are there with Golden and Ibuka, and then Harmon coming in at 28 on the big board. These last few picks were honestly, like Tyler Warren was expected to go high, and he kind of fell to 14. And then Jalen Walker was 11th on the big board, and he fell to 15. So a little bit of making up for the reaches that happened earlier. So,
all right. So tell me, in your opinion, as you have been tracking this draft, now looking at that list that you just ran through, tell me who you think would be the best pick. Who should the Vikings be hoping drops through the fingers of these other teams? Who do you think would be that team?
yeah, I'm still on the cornerback wave for the Vikings. So I think if Will Johnson or Jahdae Barron are there, I think snagging either of them would be awesome. And if you would have told me they were both available after pick 16, I wouldn't have believed you. So the fact that they're still here, it's pretty amazing, and it's looking good for the Vikings.
Okay. Clay, we'll check in with you in a couple of more picks to get another look at that big board versus what is happening right now. Thank you, sir. Okay. Intern Clay recovered from the Colston Loveland pick. He shook it off, and that's what the real pros have to do. So here's what it's looking like to me. The Minnesota Vikings will have a decision potentially on the wide receiver thing. Luther Burden could be there. Emeka Egbuka could be there. Matthew Golden could be there. And they might just be the best player on the board for the Vikings. But the guys that we have our close eyes on that have been mocked repeatedly to the Vikings, that might not be one of those wide receivers. And I really said to myself, like, don't be annoying about the receiver thing. They're not going to do it. Just, lay off that and mostly focus on the guys we think they're going to pick. But I may become increasingly annoying about, like, they should do this. They should get another weapon for JJ McCarthy and just try to recreate 3 deep for the next 2 seasons. And then whatever happens with Jordan Addison, they may eventually move on from him because of the price tag or whatever else. And the Pollock says, I may have manifested the wide receiver thing. I don't know. It just, when the guys look like they could be such a good potential fit for the Vikings, and wide receiver 3 right now is Jalen Naylor. But in previous years, we've seen the third wide receiver get 70, 80, 90 targets in this offense. They're going to throw the ball. It's a good idea. And when you look at the top wide receivers in the NFL, almost all of them play for the teams that drafted them. So if you want to get top players at that position, you have to get them in the draft. And it seems that the NFL here might be presenting the Vikings with an opportunity on a silver platter. So put it into the just saying category. And Chad, you're probably right. If Collar gets his wide receiver, he'll be insufferable. That you're not wrong about that. You're absolutely right about that. Since I've banged that drum for I don't know how long, including at the owners' meetings to Kevin O'Connell, trying to get them to draft a wide receiver. But it is all setting up in this board to be that way. But put the wide receiver take aside. Derek Harmon's still there. Gray Zabel is still there. The corners are still there. This to me is really moving, and I could be wrong, moving away from the safety position is what this is doing, in my opinion, because there are key positions that are going to be on that board. And another guy who's a total wild card is Jahad Campbell. He is a dynamic type of player, a linebacker, more of a true linebacker. And I think about when you have Blake Cashman and Ivan Pace, would they prefer that Ivan Pace is more of a rotational player as opposed to every snap? So the Bengals take Shamar Stewart. I'm not super high on that idea for anybody. As Shamar Stewart, somebody who did not produce in college football, despite being one of the athletic freaks of college football, that's always a red flag for me. That's a Danielle Hunter fallacy type of red flag where, oh yeah, Danielle Hunter didn't produce and then did in the NFL. Maybe Rashawn Gary is a more recent example of someone who eventually became good, but that's one where this guy is more of a project than he is a player to step in right away. But once again, we are talking about a player that wasn't really on the Vikings radar for somebody that they would maybe want to pick. Now Seattle is up. Could this be possibly Gray Zabel? We will see about that. Jordan Schultz says they're talking about trading down. So I know Jonathan Harrison has got his eyes if we get any trades. Everybody's got their job tonight. And I just want to stop and say real quick, my deepest appreciation for everybody who has contributed coming into the show, from Andrew Kramer, Dane Mizutani, Brian Murphy, Manny Hill, Jonathan, intern Clay, everybody working their butts off here for Purple Insider. And I really, really appreciate it, along with all of you. A big crowd here tonight who have all chosen to follow along the draft with us. So much, much appreciation, because it's about to get hot and heavy here in the next half an hour or so. And I just wanted to make sure I get that in so I don't forget how much I appreciate everybody taking the time to watch the coverage here. So Shamar Stewart, an interesting project, not someone we discussed at all. As we look at who is the best players remaining, though, it's just a lot of guys that we like for the Vikings. Campbell is a wild card. Alabama linebacker, can do a lot of things really well. Good in coverage, good at blitzing. Kind of a Blake Cashman type of leader player. He's sliding. He's somebody that was considered maybe a top 15 draft pick, and he has not been taken so far as Seattle is on the board. So we have Jahdae Barron, Will Johnson. I look at Barron as the better fit because of his tackling ability, but Johnson has a really high ceiling. Playmaker on the football. Kind of reminds me of a Marcus Peters, that he could be that type of gets interceptions, takes some risks, but still makes it work. Harmon, Zabel, Casey says he wants either one of those guys. Both on the board, as we thought that they would be. And it was projected many times for those guys to potentially be picks of the Vikings. But the wild cards here, the safety. Do the Vikings value the safety position more than other teams? Malachi Starks, Nikim Nwore. Then you have players who could be maybe a surprise or maybe a reach for the Vikings. Maxwell Hairston, the corner from Kentucky. Siobhan Revell. Donovan Jackson was mocked to the Minnesota Vikings. Tons of options. As of right now, all of this kind of screams trade down, because there are so many players that are intriguing to the Vikings. Will they do it? Will they get a partner? That's the real big question for me, because as they're talking about potentially the Seahawks trading down, that could be our first trade that we've seen, but now we see the pick is in. So is this going to be a trade, or is this going to be the Seattle pick? And if they pick, then we're talking about basically no trades at this point. Basically no trades outside of the top. Not basically, like entirely no trades since the top. That makes me think that the Vikings will probably pick at 24. Because if teams are just not trading and they're just sticking and picking, the prices are likely too high for trade ups. But then maybe the dynamic changes because you have these quarterbacks that are still on the board. And they already ran the graphic on TV that said notable slides for quarterbacks. I actually don't think this year has notable slides. When the projections at best have them in the 20s, it's not really a notable slide for any of these quarterbacks. So now Seattle's pick is in, and we'll see if this is somebody that the Vikings are going to be interested in. Yes, it is. It is going to be Gray Zabel, who is now off the board for the Seattle Seahawks. So Tyler Booker, Gray Zabel, the two top guards. The next guard on the list is Donovan Jackson. And Donovan Jackson has been mocked to the Vikings before. A really mobile guard, great movement skill, played tackle this year, was really impressive at the combine, but he is the only one left that is projected as even a potential first round draft pick. So if the Vikings want to take a guard, then they are going to have to do it with likely Donovan Jackson. But now that leaves us with Derek Harmon, all the wide receivers, Malachi Starks. Who could be next? Derek Harmon is really somebody that we have talked about so much as the potential pick for a reason, because it's the combination of availability, position that they might like, and a really good prospect. There's edge rushers. There's corners. Barron is falling. This is something that I have held on to, the idea of Barron falling. I have been gripping onto that one for a long time. What do we got, Jonathan?
Jordan Schultz saying there is a ton of activity at the bottom of the draft. Teams looking to trade down. A couple of quarterback needy teams are making calls. So potentially the Vikings.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jonathan Harrison, producing here tonight, doing a tremendous job. The teams that make the most sense early in the second round to trade up would be the Giants and the Browns. Hands down, the Giants and the Browns are the teams most likely to move up to take a quarterback. And the Vikings are in that spot. Where the Vikings are is really interesting for the quarterback position, because when you look at after the Vikings pick, the Texans have their quarterback. Now the Rams, I don't know if I think they're going to pick a wide receiver because they just lost Cooper Kupp. So I think the Rams are going to pick someone to help Stafford, not the future quarterback. After that, so it's Houston, they have Stroud, Ravens, Detroit, Washington, Buffalo, KC, Philly, all those teams. So if you're a team that wants to trade up, who are you trying to trade up to get over? Because nobody is taking a quarterback among those teams. It would really only be because you think someone else is going to trade up. So if you have two teams, the Browns and the Giants, that are competing to try to trade up into the back end of the first round to take a quarterback, all of these teams from 24 to 30, they should all be interested in doing this. They should all be interested in saying, yeah, let's move back. So the Buccaneers, Schefter just said that the Buccaneers will make their pick. So they're not going to trade back. This screams defense for them. But could there be a bidding war at the start of the second round for those teams trying to move back up, and maybe the Vikings get involved there? Now, if the Vikings were to trade back, so here's the issue with the Vikings trading back, is that now that we're into pick 19 and there's 3 picks to go or 4 picks to go before the Vikings, is there 4 players that are going to come off the board that would be all the Vikings' potential targets? Seems unlikely, right? Starks, Emanware, Burden, Egbuka, all these players, Trey Amos, Benjamin Morrison, Derek Harmon, all the corners, Siobhan Revell, Donovan Jackson. Those are a lot of players for the Vikings. We just don't know what their order is. What is the Vikings' order for those players? And how much do they love one of them versus possibly trading back? What kind of offer would they need to not take their player? See, with the fact that Jahad Campbell, Will Johnson, Jahdae Barron, and Luther Burden and Egbuka have all dropped, and Harmon have all dropped, that could be one of those guys just too good for the Vikings to pass up on. Will Johnson still on the board. Jahdae Barron. I mean, this is a Vikings team at cornerback that has Isaiah Rodgers and Byron Murphy Jr. right now, as far as proven corners. And Isaiah Rodgers has never played more than 600 snaps in a season. So even calling him proven is a little bit of a stretch. It is a little bit of a stretch because he's been a part-time type player. Mr. Mayer says, don't pick a safety. I tend to agree with the way the board is right now, that taking Malachi Starks, taking Nick Imaware, when you have this caliber of player on the board at the key positions, and corner is really one of those spots, I think, but also even the guard, Donovan Jackson. Guards are going high in this draft. Defensive tackles have gone off the board, and that leaves Derek Harmon still there. Is there one of these guys that they would look at as being significantly better than the rest? Now, with the safety position, I go back and forth. And you've probably heard me, if you listen to this show all the time, and if you do, thank you very much. You've heard me waffle on the safety position. Starks might be the best player, the best pure football player on the board. And they could just decide that they want to go with him because he's the best football player on the board and that he can really help them in the short and long term. And I could see that because he has versatility. Imaware has the potential of being a very high-end type of player who is dynamic as well. And when the fit is so good, it's really hard to debate when the fit is so good. Now I see we're getting a lot of Shedeur Sanders content on the broadcast, and he was the most debated prospect. Oftentimes when someone is debated about where they're going to go, then it means that they're probably going to drop. In years past, that has happened with Johnny Manziel, Will Levis. When there's a big difference in opinion, it usually indicates that that player is going to slip down the board. That is what's happening with Shedeur Sanders. I also think it was underrated that a lot of people came out of the combine saying, like, what's this guy's deal? Okay, Emeka Egbuka goes off the board to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, that's an interesting selection. Hey, look, they've got wide receivers already, and they took one. How about that? A team that already has a couple wide receivers took a wide receiver, because you should always just take more wide receivers. Thank you, Tampa Bay, for doing what I've been campaigning for. It's a great pick. Sure, they need defense, but if they're going to make Baker Mayfield the best version of himself, then giving him the most weapons is the way to do it. Good job, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but also Egbuka, I think, might have been a good fit for the Minnesota Vikings. That offense in Tampa Bay is now out of this world. Bucky Irving in the backfield, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin returned to them, and now Emeka Egbuka. And they also have McMillan as well. Evans is probably in the twilight of his career, and that's the thing with wide receiver. You have to look a couple of years down the road with that position. And that's why I like defensive tackle so much, is that you have to look a couple years down the road with a few different positions because they take some time to develop. But also, if you have an older guy there and he moves on, then replacing him is very difficult to do. And you don't want to be in a spot where in the draft you have to stretch to get that guy. So when Mike Evans retires, they'll have Godwin and Egbuka or whatever combination of that. That is a tremendous pick in my eyes for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And it also kind of justifies the opinion. Like, hey, if they're going to do it, why wouldn't the Vikings do it? But on the board right now, as we see Egbuka go off, Jahad Campbell still there, Will Johnson, Jahdae Barron, Malachi Starks, Luther Burden. One of you asked about Josh Simmons. I've always looked at him as just a pure tackle I don't think he's a guard. I haven't seen anyone say he's a guard, but there's concern about his health. So it seems he's a tackle. Maybe we'll be totally shocked and they will take someone who's supposed to be a tackle. Trey Amos still on the board, but we've gotten also to that point where the Vikings could trade back and have their pick of the litter for corners. I mean, every corner is still on the board, not named Travis Hunter. Every player that just plays corner and not wide receiver as well is on the board. All right, what's going on, Jonathan?
Jordan Schultz once again popping up saying the Giants have been trying to get back into round 1.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. That could mean that they want to take a quarterback there, or there's somebody that they love. I mean, they could also love Derek Harmon or Malachi Starks or something like that, but it doesn't seem like in this kind of draft that a team would move up unless they really needed a quarterback because there's so much talent still on the board. Who's the favorite best fit wide receiver on the board now? I've always looked at it as Luther Burden as being the best possible fit. He had a really bad quarterback situation last year, but still had a good season 2 years ago. He's one of the best wide receivers in the NFL. He has drawn the comparison to Deebo Samuel, but I think he's a better route runner than that. And I also think that he can go deep much more than he's given credit for. But just thinking about two receivers who go down the field all the time with an underneath guy who breaks tackles and makes plays on the football like Luther Burden, I just love it. I just love that as an option. But the fact of the matter is the guys that we identified outside of Kenneth Grant, and I don't even know if I include Tyler Booker in this, the guys that we identified as the best fits for the Minnesota Vikings, Gray Zabel's another one. I didn't love Walter Nolan for the Vikings. I wondered if Jalen Walker could drop. Gray Zabel, it's really Gray Zabel and Kenneth Grant are the only two players that I had circled for the Vikings that are off the board. Just Zabel and Grant. And everybody else is still there as we go into the final couple of picks here, as Denver is on the clock right now. And then it will go Pittsburgh, the Chargers, and then the Packers right before the Vikings. We're really going to find out how the Pittsburgh Steelers feel about Shedeur Sanders. I'm not sure that he fits with Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin's going to want somebody who's coachable. I don't know if Shedeur Sanders is coachable. The Broncos, they might go running back here. They could also go with one of the wide receivers. Matthew Golden could be a potential option for them. Still, who's drafting a corner? Could it be the Chargers? They lost Asante Samuel, and their cornerback group might be a little light, but they need a wide receiver. They could be wide receiver. The Packers could be wide receiver. But we might end up with the Vikings not even having the option of the thing that I want them to do. But that could also mean, like, who's taking a defensive tackle here? Maybe Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh always seems to want to load up on defense. Pittsburgh could also, who's an offensive lineman still on the board? Josh Simmons. They lost one of their guys, Dan Moore, in free agency. How about Mike Green, the edge rusher from Marshall? Still there. James Pierce, the edge rusher from Tennessee, still there. Those guys could go here as well. Josh Connerly, the tackle from Oregon, all potential players who could go in the next couple of picks. But what we know, I think, is when the Vikings end up on the clock at 24, they're going to have a hard decision. That's what I think. I don't know if they're going to trade down or not. I just know they're going to have a hard decision of who to take when we get to the 24th pick. A lot of great talent remains on the board as the drama builds toward number 24 overall. And the drama builds also with the quarterback position. And, you know, even, I mean, there's other teams that could draft quarterback. We've mostly focused on the Giants and the Browns, but I mean, there are other potential teams that could need a quarterback as well, including somebody like the New York Jets. They have Justin Fields as their quarterback. I mean, there are a lot of other options. And Jonathan, who is producing and texting me about options, wants the Vikings to trade for a player. But you know what? That could be it too. That could be it too, is that, you know, the Vikings could be looking at something about a player. But I think that the way things have played out, will likely be looking at trading back because there's just so much talent on the board. And the fact that they could trade back and get maybe a top cornerback has to be attractive for the Vikings. All right, the Broncos pick is in, and we'll see if there's players that come off the board here that are maybe intriguing to us. Derek Harmon's still available on the board. Is probably the best defensive tackle that they could take. I think after that, there's a bit of a drop off. Got some teams that could take wide receiver after this, so we will see what is coming up next and who's going to be on the board for the Vikings. I just think it's played out really well for them so far, outside of if they wanted to draft a guard. That's if we start to run down the different scenarios and which has worked out really well and which is not that good. Well, if you wanted a guard and it's not Donovan Jackson, cross those off because those went much, much higher than I expected. Oh, and there it is. Jahdae Barron goes to the Denver Broncos. He falls down the board a little bit farther, but not quite as far enough to be available at 24th overall. I thought that he would be a great pick. Interesting for the Broncos. Now, this is actually quite interesting because Jahdae Barron, on the defensive side, the Broncos already had a good defense last year. They've got Surtain, the MVP defensively. This must mean they just loved him. It also could mean they hated the wide receivers because Frida says, why on earth didn't they go wide receiver? What they must have not liked them. Or they think, and this is something that I did here going into the process, that the gap between guys expected to go in the first and guys expected to go in the mid to late second, maybe not as much as you think. So someone like Jalen Noel from Iowa State or Trey Harris, like those guys, they are still going to be likely on the board in the second round. And maybe there's just not that big of a gap that's worth the reach for a Luther Burden or a Matthew Golden. I was not sold on Matthew Golden, the NFL being quite in love with him as everyone was coming out of the NFL Combine. Maybe they have, stopped getting fooled by guys who run 4.3s but don't actually play like it. Derek Harmon's still on the board, though. That's been the pick. Did they really need Barron? No, they did not. The Broncos didn't need him. I think they probably just took him because they loved him. That's when, how every team says, oh, we had that guy higher on our board. I mean, this is kind of proof that they might have actually had him very, very high on their board with their fit on their defense. But no, they didn't need him. They had a good secondary, but they were attacked sometimes with the other corners. And they're probably thinking if they had somebody else like Jahdae Barron, that, he could really solidify their defense and make him elite. But that was a position that just screamed wide receiver. You got a young quarterback. You went to the playoffs. You got an offensive coach, and just go Luther Burden, go Matthew Golden. And they decide not to do it. That is interesting and maybe telling about those guys. And that makes me wonder, is Luther Burden not quite the prospect that I thought he was? Because that's the team that really should have taken him. But still on the board, several players that we have targeted for the Vikings as we start to walk down now into Viking territory here with the 21st pick with the Steelers, then it's the Chargers, then the Packers. And I do wonder, Jahdae Barron going off the board, could that influence the Vikings to not trade down? Because if that was one of their potential picks, maybe they decide, all right, our guys are starting to go off the board. And I do think overall, by the way, that this year there's been some surprises, but maybe less surprises than was expected. Another thing is too, all of this rumbling, teams are trying to trade up, teams are trying to move around. We still haven't seen another trade. Everybody is sticking and picking at this moment. Do the Vikings continue to do that, where they stay at 24 and pick? I actually think at this moment that they would do that they would stick and pick, especially if some players start to come off the board who they would want, like Jahdae Barron, I think would have been a good target for them. Will Johnson, though, still there. Derek Harmon still there. Who is going to go next? Will the Vikings have their chance to take Burden? Will he go to the Chargers? Will he go to the Packers? Will they surprise us and go something like edge rushers? But there just has not. Oh, and there he is. There he is. Derek Harmon goes off the board to the Pittsburgh Steelers, looking for their next Cam Hayward, I suppose. A pass rushing defensive tackle that was the guy, both of these last two picks that I had circled as Vikings picks, and they do not make it to the Minnesota Vikings 20 and 21. Barron and then Derek Harmon. And Pittsburgh Steelers fans celebrate. Well, what does that mean? It means they didn't take the quarterback. They need a quarterback. Mason Rudolph. This is very clear. The NFL did not like Shedeur Sanders at all. To make it this far with all these teams that needed quarterbacks, the Saints, the Steelers, it is mind-blowing that none of them have taken another quarterback. So Harmon now goes off the board. Barron is off the board, but that does not mean everybody the Vikings could look at is gone. We have the safety position now becoming quite interesting. Malachi Starks, Nicky Manware. We have Donovan Jackson is another potential option for the Vikings. Somebody that could change their offensive line from the guard position. And still a couple of wide receivers. It absolutely is time to trade down if you're the Vikings, because you could take another corner. That's the next on the list. There's a lot of corners that are still available. I mean, you have Benjamin Morrison, Trey Amos, Siobhan Ravel. There is a run of corners that could be in here, but who's going to trade with them? If the next group of teams is all not needing of quarterbacks, the Giants and the Browns, they could just sit. But the Browns got extra draft capital. So would they do it? Would the Browns throw some of that draft capital to the Vikings just to make sure that they get a quarterback? Or does nobody like them? I mean, think about this. The Saints and the Steelers could not be any more desperate. And both of those teams went up to the board and they said guard and defensive tackle. We don't want anything to do with those quarterbacks. Does that mean the Browns or the Giants really love the quarterback that much to move up? I don't know. Will Johnson, right now, the Harbaugh connection to Will Johnson, is that where they're going to go? Or are they going to go wide receiver? How are they going to approach this right ahead of the Vikings? And the same thing goes for the Packers. The Packers historically have just not been a team that spends these high draft picks on wide receiver. As we know, they waited for some guys to drop into the second round where they've taken them in the past, or the third round, a guy like Jaden Reed, but they're not a team that usually spends those first round picks. The safety position is there. The two best safeties in the draft are sitting there. And a lot of good corners. Ravel, Hairston, Azaria Thomas. Might be a matter of just, and Trey Amos and Benjamin Morrison. All these guys are good prospects. And the other thing is too, Jahad Campbell has not gone off the list either. And Jahad Campbell, I think the best comparison that I can make for him is that he's kind of like a Blake Cashman. Could they be interested in Blake Cashman part 2? Because he was projected to go very high, and he is still not gone either. And would the Packers go edge rusher? Do they feel like they need a nastier pass rush after, Kenny Clark has started to dip a little bit, and Rashawn Gary, maybe not quite worth it. But then, it's pointed out on Twitter just now, I saw that there is a connection between the Vikings and the Browns, that Kwesi Adofo-Mensah worked for Andrew Berry in Cleveland. And if Cleveland decided to move back in part so they could move back up, might have been part of their strategy is, hey, if we drop back and we get Mason Graham and all those draft picks, that then they could potentially slide up and end up going to get their quarterback if they are interested in one of the quarterbacks. But now I can't help thinking are these teams really that interested in the quarterbacks? We got a little bit of a pause here, the commercial. So let's get intern Clay in here with another look. Clay, on the big board, the consensus board, give me the rankings and the players available to potentially be taken by the Vikings here. Who are the best available on the consensus board?
Yeah, so Will Johnson's still there. He's the 9th on the big board. And then Jahad Campbell was 14. He's still there. Malachi Starks was at 16. Mike Green was at 17. He's still there. Shador Sanders, obviously. Josh Simmons was at 21. Matthew Golden's 24. James Pierce, 26. But then it's Amaria Hampton at 27. And then really Vikings targets is like Donovan Jackson at 36.
Where is Luther Burden in that?
He's at 29.
Oh, 29. Okay.
Yeah.
The fact that Will Johnson is still there, I think tells you that some teams are afraid of Will Johnson, maybe his speed. The Vikings would not be a team that is necessarily afraid of the speed issue, but Jahad Campbell suddenly becomes very, very interesting. Have any of these picks since we last checked in with you been a surprise versus the board or just to you in general?
More so towards the board. I mean, actually, me in general, Shamar Stewart going at 17 was a personal surprise. I thought he was more of a project, going to go late first, maybe early second. So it seems like he went a little earlier than I thought. Gray Zabel went at 18, which I feel like a lot of people kind of predicted, but he was 33rd on the big board. Egbuka was 25th on the big board and went 19. And then Jahdae Barron was 13 on the big board, lasted all the way to 20. And then finally, Derek Harmon was 28th on the big board, but got stolen at 21. So,
okay, a lot of good options still remaining for the Vikings, but yes, the last couple of picks have been guys that we talked about a lot during draft season that go off the board just before them. Thank you very much, Clay. We'll go into now the home stretch here, and we'll check with Clay a little later after the Vikings pick, and we get later in the first round to get kind of a full analysis of where teams picked and who reached and who decided to stay with the consensus board. But man, as we get closer and closer, Will Johnson going from a big board top 10 draft pick to now into the 20s is fascinating because I have not loved the Will Johnson fit for the Vikings. The biggest thing is the tackling. And there have been some people who have suggested that maybe he was dealing with an injury and that's why he didn't want to tackle. It's not something you want to hear because you get banged up a lot in the NFL and you got to still be able to tackle people. And when someone has a very high missed tackle rate and plays for the Vikings where you have to rally to the football a lot in zone coverage, that always concerns me. But at the same time, he is an instinctual playmaker that you don't necessarily need to be the fastest guy to go make plays on the football in a defense like this. And we've seen that in the Vikings defense in recent years where there have been players who didn't run the fastest 40 that got interceptions and they made plays, including Byron Murphy Jr., who does not run the fastest 40 that you've ever seen. And yet he is an instinctual player who is smart and knows the defense and can make plays. And that makes me wonder if Will Johnson would be the pick. But at the same time, we're talking about Malachi Starks, Nikki Minware. Also, the positional value might not be there, but you could get the best guy in the entire draft class at that position. That could be, it could be something that's attractive to them. Like I've talked about how safeties are guys that you can find somewhere in free agency, but if you're getting the best one of an entire draft class, that is pretty impressive. You can't say that for basically any other position. And then the wild card here, Jahad Campbell, is really something because Jahad Campbell seemed to be someone that teams didn't quite know what he was. Is he an edge rusher? Is he a pure linebacker? But he's got great numbers. Maybe there's a health thing with him. Hard to say what is making him drop down the board. It also could just be that he hasn't been a fit for any of these teams that have been drafting. But we're getting closer and closer here to the Vikings pick, and the best safeties in this draft are still on the board. If they want to go guard, there is one guy that is projected as a guard, but there's also a couple of tackles who maybe could be moved into guard that are interesting. But really, it's Donovan Jackson. And then you have the wild card of the wide receiver position, where it's Luther Burden, it's Matthew Golden. Both of those top projected players are still sitting here. And it sounds like from what I'm seeing on social media that there's a lot of discussion about the Shedeur Sanders thing. I am not surprised. I am not surprised by Shedeur Sanders dropping. After the combine and the way that a lot of evaluators came out of that and talked about Shedeur Sanders in those meetings are huge. Okay, Omarion Hampton goes to the Chargers. That is an on-brand pick for Jim Harbaugh, but also does not take Will Johnson. Here we go. Packers are up at 23. Nobody's trading down. I am now sitting here expecting the Vikings to pick. If nobody's trading down and nobody's drafting Sanders, the Jackson Dart thing I never believed in. I just don't see him as a top type of prospect quarterback. He's more of a Kenny Pickett type, very limited, but a really good college offense, a lot of wide open receivers. Shedeur Sanders, though, you got to believe in somebody to be your franchise quarterback to take him, which also means acting like a franchise quarterback as well. Now, DOD, quality over quantity, I can buy into that. I can also just buy into if the teams that might be interested in quarterbacks are not offering anything good enough, then don't worry about it and just draft your player. Don't worry about getting an extra fourth or something. Don't even think about that. Just take your player. And right now, with Omarion Hampton, this is a huge win for the Vikings. A huge win for the Vikings that Omarion Hampton goes. That's someone they were not interested in, as far as I know. Somebody who they shouldn't have been with Aaron Jones and with Jordan Mason, although they did sign Najee Harris, the Chargers did, but they love to run the football. So the more players that come off the board, the Vikings aren't going to be interested in, the better. And that's a win for them. Now the Packers are here. Will they go with the wide receiver position? They have picked guys who go down the field in the past, but could they look at someone like Luther Burden, who could be a yards after catch type of receiver? Zoomer Kev, good to see you here. Who are my top two right now? I don't know how you can deny Will Johnson. I mean, a top 10 projected guy drops into 24. This was the theory going in. Someone will drop. Two guys who have dropped, Jahad Campbell and Will Johnson. It's hard not to take Will Johnson here if they view him as a top 10 type of pick. And look, I'm not disagreeing with anybody who says trade back here, because there are other corners. There's Trey Amos, who I really like. Siobhan Ravel, who I'm very interested in. Both safeties. Trading back seems like a great idea. The problem is, if nobody's offering anything good and you have a top 10 type of player, you might want to just go for it. What's up, Jonathan? What do we got?
Ian Rappaport saying the Packers are getting trade calls similar to the Chargers at number 22, and it sounds like the past couple picks, teams have been getting trade calls. They're just not enough, obviously, to make those trades.
Okay. Will the Minnesota Vikings then also get these trade calls? Will someone trade up for Jalen Milroe, Jackson Dart, Shedeur Sanders? Is that going to happen? John says Will Johnson might be the guy with bad medicals. He could be. We don't know that. I always just I don't know what to make of medicals because they never tell us what those medicals are. But if those teams are trying to trade into 24, where the Vikings stand right now, there are enough players on the board where I would say move out. Even though it's going to really crush our excitement, move out. It's okay to go back and get more draft capital because there are enough players here on the board. What we don't know is exactly what you were just talking about. How do they feel about Will Johnson? If they like Will Johnson, now we got it. Wow, how about this? Just in time. Here's what we got from Adam Schefter. Will Johnson has a knee issue that has concerned some NFL teams, and that explains why he has not been selected. So are the Vikings among those teams that are concerned about Will Johnson. And that's why he has not been picked. So if Will Johnson is off of the list for the Vikings, that doesn't mean he is. The Vikings have drafted guys with potential issues before, as Dane Mizutani mentioned earlier tonight with Christian Darrisaw once upon a time. Yes, Jonathan.
Jordan Schultz reporting Eagles discussing moving up with the Packers. So we've got a team being named as the team to be trading up.
Okay. Eagles. So who would they be targeting if they are trying to move up? Are the Eagles looking at an edge rusher here? Are they looking at Mike Green? Are they looking at Jahad Campbell? Are they looking at, they wouldn't be going corner. Are they looking at Malachi Starks? They could potentially use a safety. Malachi Starks, there was a lot of chatter that he was thought of as being a high-end type of prospect and that the NFL loved him, but the positional value, if you're the Eagles and you're stacked, then your positional value, what difference does it make with your positional value if you're the Eagles and you just won the Super Bowl? Maybe it's a lot of you think it's Jahad Campbell. It could be who the Eagles are trying to trade up. 2 minutes left on the clock for the Green Bay Packers. I guess it could also be offensive line. They lost Mekhi Becton. The Eagles could want Donovan. I mean, there's a lot of guys that they could want and try to trade up. But the Will Johnson thing makes it sound like he might not get picked here. Now, Josina Anderson says the Giants are trying to get back into the first. And that would presumably be for the quarterback position. If you're the Vikings and there's a desperate team trying to get back in, I don't see why you don't do this. The Giants are right there at the beginning of the second round. The corners are everywhere here if you want one of them. And even the wide receiver and even the offensive guard and Donovan Jackson, who probably makes more sense as a first-round pick. But Amos, Morrison, these are good possible selections for tomorrow. Again, it would kill our buzz, but it would also make a ton of sense. And if the Giants are desperate enough to do it for a quarterback, then they've got to be offering something. I mean, if you're in the Vikings position, tell me if you've heard this before, but they have 4 draft picks. Why wouldn't you want more? What do you got, Jonathan?
Jordan Schultz says no trade. The Packers are picking. So
okay,
Vikings on the clock.
Okay. So if the Eagles, though I wouldn't necessarily trade with the Eagles, I don't think that's a good idea because they are the Eagles and they win a lot of those trades. But if the Eagles are desperate and the Giants are desperate, then the Vikings better love somebody. And if they don't love somebody, then they should trade back. The Packers pick is in. Lambeau is going insane. Who will it be? Who are they going to pick here with this selection? And then who will the Vikings have left on the board? Because it looks to me like the answer is going to be a lot of options, but we don't know how much they are going to love any of these players. And just for the chat, let's try not to ruin it for the TV people who are watching and also listening to us. So the Vikings are going to have a ton of options. We finally arrived. Think about this, just as we're waiting for them to say who the Packers picked. It's been a long journey of this draft season to find out what was going to happen with this 24th overall pick. Is it going to be a longer journey? Are they going to go with Luther Burden, the guy that I've circled for a long time? Is it going to be Will Johnson anyway? Is it going to be Malachi Starks, who is a perfect seeming fit for Brian Flores, but maybe a little questionable with positional value? Is it going to be Donovan Jackson, another guy who seems like a perfect fit for the Minnesota Vikings? They have maybe too many of those. And with the corners, they're all still there with the corners. Do they feel like they can get one of those guys early in the second round? So now we have the big Packer celebration as they're getting ready to read the pick, and then the Vikings will be on the board. So presumably they are taking this time to make those phone calls and try to decide whether they are going to move back or not. I think with the way the board looks right now, unless they love Eamon Ware, unless they love Starks, that they should probably try to move back because there are enough quality prospects on the board. They should take the offer from the New York Giants, whatever it might be, or the Philadelphia Eagles and slide back. Now, for our purposes, it would be great if it was the Eagles and not the Giants, because then we would get a draft pick here tonight. Are we going to get this this pick announced on the TV here? Because I don't like to say them before that, even though it's like been out on social media for 10 minutes, it feels like. I'm going to take this moment to crack open a Diet Dr. Pepper because we're here, folks. We've arrived. We've made it together. What do you got, Jonathan? Unmute yourself.
Sorry. Jordan Schultz saying Vikings on the clock at number 24 and are very open to trading down.
Okay, that makes the most sense. All right, the pick, is the pick ever going to get in? Is the pick ever going to arrive? The Vikings should be very open to trading back. Very open. There it is. Matthew Golden, the wide receiver from Texas. The Packers taking another speedster to go along with. Maybe Christian Watson will recover from his injury, but that is problematic for them. Jaden Reed, they are looking for their number one wide receiver. Last year, we heard all about how it was actually better that they did not have a good receiver, and now they changed their tune a little bit in drafting Matthew Golden. And for the Vikings perspective, this is twofold. Number one, well, it's a wide receiver they're going to have to cover, and he's pretty darn fast. Running a 4.3 is serious. If he can catch, if he can run routes, he could be problematic for the Vikings. The history of 4.3 wide receivers is not particularly great because teams reach on them and they have expectations for guys that maybe didn't perform in college because they don't have the details, but they just have pure speed. That might be Matthew Golden, who I think is a better prospect than your John Ross or something. But I also don't think that he's as great of a prospect as deserving of 23rd overall. Still, nonetheless, a 4.3 wide receiver that the Minnesota Vikings will have to deal with going forward. That's one side of it. The other side is, look at this board for the Vikings. We don't know the Will Johnson medical situation, but that's a top 10 player. Jahad Campbell, a top 15 player. Malachi Starks, Nicky Manware. These are the top safeties. Luther Burden, projected by some to be the number one wide receiver off the board. The Vikings options are plentiful here. And of course, trading down remains a very good option if they want to take any of these corners. Ravel, Hairston. I mean, they just have so many options here at the cornerback position if they decide to move back, if that's what they want to go with. Benjamin Morrison. Even Azaria Thomas. There are a lot of good players here. For me, I think I would just take Malachi Starks. Well, of course, you guys know who I would take. I would take Luther Burden. But if I'm them and I'm not taking a wide receiver, then I would just go with Malachi Starks and see what happens. The pick is in. The Vikings are picking, folks. Here we go. They're going to make a selection, and they're going to go with somebody here. And all of you have already blown the pick in the chat. So there we are. But I'll wait anyway. I will wait anyway. And, this one is going to make a lot of sense and is something we talked about quite a bit throughout the draft process. It's a position we discussed at length, and this could be a game changer in a way that most players at this position usually aren't. So I will, like I said, I will wait. It is funny for the draft to be in Green Bay, and then, they have this big celebration of the Green Bay pick, and now the guy's giving a speech and everything else, and then the Vikings come up right after this. No, I am looking at the chat. I know that a lot of you did not want to wait on this draft pick. I just promised that I would. Maybe for the Vikings pick, I shouldn't, and I should just react to it right now. But I guess I should probably do that because it seems like this is going to take forever with this big celebration for Green Bay. So I guess I'll just say it anyway. It is Donovan Jackson, the guard from Ohio State. They decide to take Donovan Jackson and plug him in with Ryan Kelly, Will Fries, Brian O'Neill, Christian Darrisaw. This is a position that I think means more to the Minnesota Vikings than it would for most teams. If you draft Donovan Jackson on most teams, you might say, okay, all right, well, just a guard, whatever. But in this case, this is the final piece to the puzzle for the Minnesota Vikings. There is a little bit of a concern from me on Donovan Jackson from a statistical perspective that he did not have a great year. But the thing is, he played tackle when he was not asked to play tackle, or when he's not going to be asked to play tackle in the NFL. Donovan Jackson is going to be a left guard for the Minnesota Vikings, but he had to go and play left tackle for Ohio State and helped lead them to a national championship. And the thing I really, really like about Donovan Jackson is movement. Because if you look at the Vikings running backs, who they traded for, Jordan Mason, who they also have in the backfield, Aaron Jones, these two guys, what are their specialties? They are zone runners. Jordan Mason ran the zone style of running, which requires more flexibility for the offensive linemen about 70% of the time. So now they are able to put a left guard here who has that type of movement skill into that type of blocking system, and with a bunch of veteran high caliber players. Now, this is also a really interesting development here is the Giants have just moved up. So whatever the team after the Vikings gets, we're going to know is the package that probably was going to go to the Vikings. So the Texans are moving back. Maybe they thought that the Texans were going to take Donovan Jackson and they just wanted to do that. But as much as we talked about positional value, the wide receiver spot, which they may address tomorrow night, we talked about defensive tackle, but the Walter Nolan, the Derek Harmon, the Kenneth Grant, they all went off the board. Zabel went off the board. Booker went off the board. So those guys were not available to the Vikings. And instead, they end up taking somebody who is going to be that final piece to the puzzle and who fits their scheme really well and who played on a winning team. Now, what I'm seeing just from some of you right away is that this is a reach. And I know in comparison to the consensus draft board, this is a little bit higher than where Donovan Jackson was. But I also think that we need to talk about what a reach really is. If you're evaluating these guys and you're talking about them as being potential final piece to the puzzle, you hope he's a 10-year offensive guard for you that creates this pass protection for JJ McCarthy and running game for Jordan Mason, and you pick him a few spots later than the consensus board, that to me is not a reach. It is not what we describe as a reach. If he was rated the 50th best player and they took him here, then I would say that would be a reach. Jonathan, we have trade compensation for the Giants moving up.
Giants giving up $34.99 and a third rounder in 2026 to move up.
Ooh. It's a lot. I think that's what that tells us, guys, is that they wanted a guard and they wanted Donovan Jackson, because that's a lot. That they weren't looking at the corner position because they could have moved back and they could have gotten corners, and clearly they weren't going to draft the wide receiver here, but it means that they must have really liked Donovan Jackson to pass up, because if you're getting the 34th pick, 99th pick, so that's still a top 100. If that's the offer that was going to the Vikings and a third in 2026, that is a pretty healthy return. And maybe the Vikings should have done that. Now I'm going to have to go back and forth a little bit on whether they should have done that or not, because Donovan Jackson, I like as the final piece to the puzzle. I think that if you can create a top 5 offensive line here, that the value of creating a top 5 offensive line in front of JJ McCarthy is enormous. Enormous. I mean, think about Jalen Hurts. Think about what kind of situation he has had there over the last couple of seasons. He's a great quarterback, Jalen Hurts. But what has he had in front of him? Elite offensive lines, which means that you are getting everything that you could possibly get out of Jalen Hurts. And if that is the level of offensive line the Vikings can create with 2 great tackles, a rebuilt interior offensive line with a ton of investment. Man, when Kevin O'Connell said after the playoff game, we need a better interior offensive line, paraphrasing, he was not messing around. He went into this offseason and he said, we are getting one heck of a better interior offensive line. And they did that. And they got a guy who fits their running scheme to a T in Donovan Jackson, and who competed at the highest level on a national championship team with him. All that stuff is really good for Donovan Jackson. And I don't think they have to apologize for it. I don't think they have to apologize for picking a late first round guard who can be the final piece of this puzzle and who has the skill set to be really good here. However, if we're going to look at the other side of it, that's really good return. Now, if they're comfortable with their cornerback room, okay. And there was some conversation out there today that they might be looking at trying to trade for another veteran corner. I do think they need another corner in that room. But if the Giants, and Paul asks, are we sure? They asked the Vikings. I mean, I don't know. There was all the reports that they were calling everybody. If that's the offer that they were ready to put down for the Vikings, it's a lot. That's a good offer to put down for the Vikings. So now what I'm intrigued to see is who else comes off the board between where the Vikings would have had to give up on, right? Like, did they think that they were not going to be able to draft Donovan Jackson? Maybe they felt that the Texans were going to take him, or maybe they felt the Eagles were going to take him. That could be who the Eagles were trying to trade up and get. So taking a guard here, anything that is in the trenches, anything that helps stop these freak defensive tackles. And look, I wrote about this earlier this offseason, that the value of guards, and I interviewed a former NFL guard, Justin Pugh, for this. You can go find this story. The value of good guards is skyrocketing because the job of the offensive guard has gotten so much tougher over the last number of years. The stats show it. They're giving up more pressures. They're grading worse. It's going to be really challenging for any guard coming into the league, but just any guard playing in the NFL going forward, because there's stunts and there's DTs like Derek Harmon coming to the league and Walter Nolan. It's not stopping. They're only getting better. So having somebody in front of JJ McCarthy who can help you combat that, I have a really tough time arguing against it, and I won't. And I said all along, if it's Zabel, if it's Booker, if it's Jackson, anything that helps JJ McCarthy is good. That's going to get an A from me. And this does. And it's only, I think, a slight reach on the consensus board. If the guy was number 68 and they took him at 24, okay. But if he's 30 something and they take him at 24, to me, that's not a reach. That's getting the player that they saw as the best possible fit, the national champion. I am, on the other side of that, a little bit concerned about some of the numbers, because even when he played guard, he did not grade spectacularly by PFF. And I know you could save your who cares about PFF. It's been proven that the grades correlate to success in the NFL for offensive linemen, and they're just okay for Donovan Jackson. But I think what probably really sold the Vikings is, number one, the guy is enormous. His size, he could play tackle. He apparently has very good leadership talents. And the other part of it is that when you saw him at the combine, I remember seeing him at the combine and the way he moved. And that, yeah, I mean, Randall mentions Ed Ingram. It's not the same. He has really incredible movement skill that you're going to see. That could be a potential weapon. They need to get better in the screen game. They need to get better in the run game, and they need to protect JJ McCarthy. Let me give you a stat. I'll pull this up. If you're not happy with the Vikings drafting an offensive lineman, I'll give you this stat that might help you tomorrow at work. Okay. When you go to work and everybody says, what do you think of the Vikings pick? let me help you out with this. Okay. So last year, clean pockets, all right, in the NFL. What everybody wants, clean pockets in the NFL, right? There were, let me take a look here, get this number for you. So it's correct. Let me get the correct number. When NFL quarterbacks had clean pockets last year, there were 18 quarterbacks over 100 quarterback rating. Jared Goff, for example, had a 122.3 quarterback rating when he was kept clean. Jalen Hurts, 116. Baker Mayfield, 110. Okay, so think about that. That is MVP level when those players were kept clean. When those players were pressured, there was one guy in the entire NFL with a quarterback rating over 100 when they were pressured. And even Sam Darnold had a pretty good quarterback rating by the standard, 87. And there were only 5 guys over an 80 rating when they were pressured. Pressured versus clean is absolutely enormous statistically. So anybody who helps that, that's good. And that's the argument for Donovan Jackson, who played left tackle for a team that won a national championship. That's what I'm going to say. I like it. But the return was excellent for the Houston Texans moving down. Yes, Jonathan.
Speak about the return for the Texans. The return the Rams just got for pick 26 is pretty ridiculous. Falcons trading pick 46, 242, and a first rounder in 2026 to move up to 20. Yeah, a first rounder in 2026 to move up to pick number 26.
Who the heck are they taking? Is this Luther Burden?
I haven't seen it come across yet.
Will Johnson? What? A future first round pick?
You got to assume that was on the board.
Oof.
Vikings.
Okay, so there's the good, there's the good and the bad of it. The good is that the Minnesota Vikings got somebody who can help along the offensive line. The more they keep JJ McCarthy out of pressure, the more success they will have. It is right there on paper. Against pressure, quarterbacks are bad. Across the league, it doesn't matter how good they are. They're all bad against pressure. We saw it in the Super Bowl. When kept clean, you could turn Jared Goff or Jalen Hurts into the best passers in the entire NFL. And that's exactly what the Vikings are trying to do for JJ McCarthy. And you have to give them a ton of credit for that. They went into this offseason and they said, no more of this nonsense of Oli Udoh or Blake Brandel or whatever 6th round tackle, Dakota Dozier, Tom Compton, just moving Mike Remmers, all this nonsense at guard where they tried to patch that over with tape and glue. No more of that. Kevin O'Connell wants to throw that freaking ball and he's going to protect his freaking quarterback. And to that, I give them a lot of credit. And we've been calling for it. We've been asking for it forever. We've been pointing out every time you face Akeem Hicks, Kenny Clark, Grady Jarrett, you get run over. Stop getting run over. And that's what they did. They spent $17 million on Will Fries. They moved on from Garrett Bradbury and they drafted this big old beast left guard. That's great. I cannot complain about that at all, because how could I, after asking for them to do this for I don't know how long, invest in blocking for your quarterback? And I'm sure Sam Darnold somewhere is watching the draft being like, could have done this last year, eh? Them's the breaks. But these trades at the back end of the first round are ludicrous. The Giants going up for Jackson Dart, so Shedeur Sanders continues to fall. And then now James Pierce, a future first round pick. If that was on the table for the Vikings, and we can't guarantee that it was, we certainly cannot guarantee that it was, but if that was on the table for the Vikings, even dropping back and getting 99 in a future third, I thought, geesh. Here's the thing though, is that when it comes to the way the board is going to play out, Donovan Jackson was the last guard. And after that, you're talking about looking at him in the 3rd round. And then it's going to be a lot tougher. And there are other teams that were going to take Donovan Jackson. Alexander points that out. There's at least 2 or 3 other teams that would have been interested potentially in Donovan Jackson. So if he would have, and probably doesn't get past Philly, they lost Mekhi Becton as well. They might have been interested also. So if there were a lot of interested teams after the Vikings, they may have just said, well, look, we want to draft a guard and we don't want to move back and we want to stick and pick our guy, which was kind of my expectation this entire time, that they would just stick and pick and not try to move out if it was their guy. And I'm sure they ran 1,000 simulations of what this could be like. But if they had a future first on the table, oh, that is tough to pass up. Are we ripping Kwesi then? No, we're not. The reason we're not ripping Kwesi is because there's nothing better that you can do for your quarterback than to block for him. And when I studied this earlier this offseason, I took all of the top 20 offensive guards from 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, and compared them to right now. And what I found is they're performing worse. Their jobs are harder than it's ever been. And you need more talent. Matt says, how could it not have been offered? No, you're right. I agree with you. If those teams were willing to make those offers, then it would have made sense to get that draft capital. And gosh, if they offered a future first, oh, that is really hard to pass up on if that's what they did. But also, they potentially enormously improved their ability to run the football. That can't be overstated. This is a team that has been pathetic running the football over the last couple years. Pathetic. And with this draft pick and the additions in free agency, they should be massively better, because it is so clear in the NFL that your offensive line and your environment is just as important as your running back for how much success you have. And for a lot of you saying like, hey, I mean, you've got to think about those picks because those extra picks might have been great. And I don't disagree. And maybe they didn't get the same exact offer. I don't know. Modern Moose says I'd sell my mother for a future first. If that was on the table for the Vikings to get a future first, that is a really, really, really tough offer to pass up on. But also think about the next guard off the board. And if the expectation was Jackson was going to get taken, the next guard off the board, when does that guy even go? Who knows where that guy even goes? So if you think about like the Giants and getting the 99th pick, okay, that's a fine pick. A future third, that's a fine pick. But if you have a massive drop off between the impact you have for Donovan Jackson in solidifying this offensive line and then going all the way down to the second round where we're looking at safeties, we're looking at corners and guys like that, then they may have decided it's just more important. And here's the thing too. Let's also make this clear that I said going into the draft, anything that helps JJ McCarthy, I'm going to be for. So I'm for it. And the only thing we're going to second guess is those offers that came into other teams that were trades that we don't know for sure that they were actually going to get for those offers. Now, if it was a future first, that's pretty hard to turn down when there are still good players on the board. There still is the Malachi Starks. There still is the cornerbacks, the wide receiver. It seems Jahad Campbell must have, and Will Johnson must have serious issues with their health for those quality prospects to drop that far. That is what's going to be second guessed the rest of the way, is whether they should have moved on. And I think that it's a tough call. It's a tough call. Or whether they should have moved down, whether they should have moved down or not. What's up, Jonathan?
A couple quotes from Kevin O'Connell. He's on KFAN right now at the Vikings draft party, talking about Donovan Jackson. He's very lethal at the point of attack. They ran behind him a ton. It's that second level finish, playing through the whistle kind of mentality. Another quote, we see Donovan as a huge impact player for us on the inside. So seems pretty excited. He also said they wanted to continue the theme of this offseason of attacking the offensive and defensive lines.
And that's exactly it, Jonathan. Thank you. That's exactly it for why I'm going to have a really tough time being unhappy with this draft pick, because Donovan Jackson is a big offensive guard with the athletic movement skill to play tackle on a team that won the national championship, but is really more of a natural guard. And being able to put him in this really favorable situation along the offensive line and the interior where they've been beat how many times? That's the thing about why, when I'm seeing criticism of the pick, that is surprising me the most is we've just had over and over and over and over again this discussion about the interior offensive line and how much the Minnesota Vikings have struggled to stop the beast defensive tackles of the NFL. And now they get the guy, and you would rather trade out of the pick. So that's what's a little tricky here, is Malachi Starks does go off the board. And yet at the same time, he goes to the Ravens. And yet at the same time, I fully understand it, that the offers that were made right after the Vikings, including the Giants offer that would have got them 99 and that also would have got them a third rounder from next year. And then this crazy trade that was made by the Atlanta Falcons, where they were obviously trying to jump up ahead of someone. It's not entirely clear that the Vikings would have gotten the same offer from the Atlanta Falcons, but if they did, again, it's really not easy to pass up on a future first if they made that offer to the Vikings, which we don't know. If they did, that one, that's one you go, oh, I don't know. I don't know if I want this guard that badly. But I think Kwesi Adofo-Mensah told us the truth when he was having that conversation with us in his press conference before the draft. He said that if there's a guy that you like enough, then you just take him, because the best players get taken at the top of the draft. And that is just all of history. The stars, the Pro Bowlers, they all get taken at the top of the draft. And the farther you move back, the more problems you're going to have getting star players. If they view Donovan Jackson as someone who could be a well above average potential Pro Bowl type of talent at left guard for them, to be paired with the rest of this offensive line and put that in front of JJ McCarthy. And it's also a good point by Aaron about the spending on guards has shot way up to the point where average guards are getting $20 million a year these days, with someone like Aaron Banks getting that from the Green Bay Packers. Suddenly it's gotten harder to get quality guards in the NFL. And for me, this is a move that could potentially enormously impact the offensive line. That's hard to be mad about. It's really only about hypothetical trades that maybe you take or maybe you don't. Is Malachi Starks to help a defense that's already great and has safeties they're developing? Is that worth more than a position that was really a pretty big gaping hole for them at left guard now being completely plugged by a potential game changer? That's where I can't be down on this. I see that, some of you are talking about, well, is this guy really that good? Well, that I don't know. We're going to find that out as we go forward, how good Donovan Jackson really is. But the mentality of the player, the fact that he was able to play a different position, that maybe he could be a tackle in a pinch, the skill that he has specifically and how that fits the Minnesota Vikings, I think that's exciting right there. Quit saying people are mad. Did I say people are mad? I don't know if people are mad so much as maybe thinking that they could have potentially got these other draft picks, and we love more draft picks. And those offers are pretty impressive, especially if it's the first rounder. But as far as how the offensive line is going to look now with Donovan Jackson, if he clicks and he works out, to be an above average first round caliber offensive lineman. That is impossible to deny. So what Jackson has is the potential to have a multiplying. Oh, chat is saying that people are mad. Okay, gotcha. Is just a multiplying effect for me, Donovan Jackson. It's, could he impact Christian Darrisaw and Ryan Kelly? Because they're not playing next to a guy who's trying to learn how to play guard. It's somebody, well, he played tackle last year, but he's played guard in his career, and that's where his real position is. It's not a 6th round tackle who's trying to move in. It's somebody who is going to start from day one as a guard for them and learn from those players, but has the talent to make them potentially better. Unlike someone that they're trying to drag with them as the weak link and trying to cover up for. So that has a trickle down effect. And then the running backs that they got, they can run outside zone stuff with the athletes they have. Kelly may not be as athletic as he was before. Will Fries is a heck of a run blocker. Darrisaw and Jackson on the left side. You hand the ball off to the left side, put Josh Oliver over there. My goodness. There is so much potential for them running to that left side with Jordan Mason and Aaron Jones. And then the trickle down effect on JJ McCarthy. How many years have Vikings quarterbacks taken the snap, drop back, and someone is right in their face? And look, this is only if Donovan Jackson works out. If he doesn't, then this is still going to be a problem. But if he works out and he's got the talent to do so, having that pocket in front of JJ McCarthy, what is more important than that? Other than Justin Jefferson, what is more important than that? Now, I'm sure Alexander says, can we ask Kwesi about the future? I'm sure he will be asked about that. Obviously, I'm sitting here and not at the press conference, but I'm sure he will be asked about that. Oh, Tyleek Williams to the Lions, huh? There's a reach. Kwesi's not going to tell anybody what offers that they got. We're just going to be left to pretty much assume, or we're going to be left with reports about what the Vikings may have had on the table. I think it's safe to assume they might have had the Giants deal, which is okay. I don't know if they had that Falcons deal, which was out of this world. How far, and Jonathan, do you have it in front of you? How far did the Rams move back with the Falcons for them to get Pierce?
I think it was to 46.
Oh, now a future first is crazy, but guys, moving back from 24 to 46 would have been a lot. That is getting out of the range of getting a good player, I think. Okay, what do you got?
Some quotes from Kwesi talking to the media right now at TCO, saying we added a player with a great skill set and championship pedigree on the trade calls that they received. People had called, but it really didn't get heated up until right before our pick. In those moments where you really like the player, Donovan Jackson.
Okay. The Atlanta one is going to be tough. But 46 is a long way to go back. I mean, giving up 20-something players to go all the way back to 46, that means you're talking about not getting anyone that has Pro Bowl potential. Just historically speaking, and this is something I wrote about this week, is people did ask. They just asked. Jonathan just read you the answer. They did ask. I'm sorry. That's too good. They did ask. And he just gave the answer but Kwesi is not going to tell you all the offers that were on the board. It's obvious that they didn't have a good enough offer for them to move back and justify it because they stayed there and they picked. My point is, that's the one thing we're going to question. But that offer from the Giants, it's decent to move back to 34. It's not mind-blowing to get the 99th pick and a third from next year. It's not mind-blowing. It's really only that Falcons deal. But when you're going that far up for a future first, but what if the Falcons are good? And then I don't know about that. I think that the numbers might tell you it would be a good idea to move back and get a future first if they got that offer, which we don't know. But Jackson does so much for the running backs, for the quarterback, if he fits with this offensive line, and they put together an Eagles-like offensive line. Like, compare it to the Eagles. Is it close? It might not be quite as good, but it's close. So let's just pull back for a second, and then we'll look at the PFF grades from Jackson, because there's a little bit of some questions I have about Donovan Jackson from that perspective, from the statistical perspective, and why he was a little lower for me than someone like maybe even a Tyler Booker. But some of that is fit. Let's just pull back and look at the whole roster for a second, and then we'll look at then we'll look at Donovan Jackson. And then I'm going to take a little more sip of Diet Dr. Pepper, because it's been a long night, but it's great. So the Rams also gave up 101. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's not really that relevant. I mean, they're getting a future first. If we look at now the Vikings depth chart with Donovan Jackson, let's say that it works, and he is a top 20 offensive lineman at his position, top 20 guard. Let's say it works, because you never know, but let's just go on that assumption. If you have an offensive line that now is in the top 5, you have a pair of receivers along with a tight end who you could argue is in the top 5 in weapons. If you are talking about giving a quarterback a top 5 offensive line and top 5 group of weapons in the entire NFL, what do you think that does to the chances that JJ McCarthy works out? And if you are giving a top 5 offensive line, I could pull this up and take a look at it, like what the top 5 run offensive lines did last year in terms of running games. If you can give a top 5 running offensive line, so here were the top 5 run blocking teams last year by PFF: Atlanta, Detroit, San Francisco, Philly, Indy. What did those teams do last year in the run game? I mean, it's a force multiplier potential pick. That's why I like it. It has a trickle-down effect in solidifying this group, potentially, to make them not just good enough, but actually nasty, actually beastly, actually scary. When is the last time the Minnesota Vikings had an offensive line that was scary? If the difference between getting an offensive line that could be scary, and I'll tell you when that was probably 2009, right? Was maybe the last time that they had a scary offensive line where you went, oh man, I got to face these guys. That's probably 2009. We're talking about, what is that? How many years is that? 15 years? 15 years, right? Since they had a scary offensive line. So you could do that. Now, if this guy is the difference between a scary offensive line and a line that clearly still has a big hole, is that worth getting the 99th pick? Let's just go on the Giants offer, because that Falcons one is very muddy. That would have been a crazy move, moving all the way back, way out of where you're at right now in the first round. That would have been crazy. So let's just go with only that Giants offer. Move back to 34, out of the opportunity to get a guard. Then you're just not getting one in the first round or the second round, really, because there's not great prospects there. So maybe you're really reaching. Okay, you could get a good corner, but you're foregoing that opportunity to fill a position that you really don't have another answer for in development. I mean, Walter Rouse, or, hoping that Brandel gets better at 29 years old. I mean, that's a pretty tough ask. I don't worry that much about third round picks. It's a good return for them to go up and get Jackson Dart. It's not an absurd return. It's not a return that you can't turn down. And if they had gone all the way back from 24 to 46, you basically are giving up on a first round pick to get a future first round pick. But the gap in Pro Bowl players between the back end of the first, in the same area they drafted Jefferson and they drafted Darisaw, versus the middle of the second round, that's a pretty big gap. Brandon Thorne, I'll have to get Brandon Thorne and his analysis from Trench Warfare on the show to talk about that. Now let's take a look at Donovan Jackson here for his career. And I'm going to screen share this so you guys can see it on the PFF page. Because now, so here's Donovan Jackson for his entire career. Of course, he was playing tackle this year, and his grades were clearly brought down at tackle by a game against Abdul Carter and Penn State, where he got demolished. And what I see is him getting better as the season went along. And look at these last 4 games as a pass protector. Again, this is at tackle, where he scored very well against Tennessee, Oregon, Texas, and against Notre Dame. Did not give up a single sack down the stretch and 2 quarterback pressures down the stretch. That is really impressive from Donovan Jackson to have only given up 2 quarterback pressures in their final 4 games, including against Oregon, Texas, and Notre Dame en route to the national championship. And if we go back and look at his numbers as a guard, hopefully you guys can see these at the bottom of the screen here, that his pass protection got much better from 22 to 23 as a guard, allowed 1 sack and only 10 pressures, and graded better as a run blocker in 22 than he did in 23 or 24. So I think that these numbers do not jump off the page for me. They don't scream, oh my gosh, draft this guy no matter what. But you see the progress he made at a position where he shouldn't have even been playing at left tackle, but he was just asked to do it and he was able to do it. And then you see the highlights of playing really well against the best competition at the end of the season, grading very well one season as a run blocker. And you add that with a 90th percentile relative athletic score. They got some athletes on this offensive line now. And that's what I'm looking at the most is your offensive line potentially top 5? Okay. Then how can we be against this draft pick when that's what's going to determine in a large part if JJ McCarthy becomes what he's expected to become? So maybe you wanted the safety. I see some people saying they wanted Malachi Starks. For me, safety is just not a position you need to draft in the first round. If they did it, I would have said, okay, that must mean Brian Flores loves him. But overall, it was not a positional value that I was into, when I think their love for Theo Jackson is legit. And they also believe that they can develop other guys like Jay Ward. And if you trade back from 24 to 34 with the Giants, then you miss out on every other guard there. You would have missed out already on Booker, on Zabel, and on Jackson. If he gets taken, they must have believed that he was going to be taken. This is a great question by Jay Boone, is how much of an upgrade will he be over Brandel? Now, that is another question. Is Blake Brandel has limitations, and I have a ton of respect for Blake Brandel because he learned a new position in guard over 2 years, and he was a 6th round guy with limitations to his game athletically and gave them mostly competent play through last year. The biggest difference between those two, pedigree, is huge. I mean, it matters that one's taken in the first round and that a team was willing to invest. By PFF, you guys want to know? I'll pull that up. I'll pull that up for you about Blake Brandel. But from the eyeball test, the biggest difference between those two is Donovan Jackson is a phenomenal athlete. Phenomenal athlete. And if you saw him at the combine, go back and find the highlights of him moving at the combine. I was on a plane back from Indianapolis when the offensive linemen were doing their stuff. And I was like, who is this? And that was Donovan Jackson, because you just don't see guys who can get out and move like that at 300 and whatever he was, 20 pounds. So the athleticism, the pure raw athleticism, is crazy different between these two. And that's going to make a massive difference in the running game and the outside zone stuff. And it's likely to make a difference in the pass protection because of who you're going against, which is some of the freakiest of the freaky athletes in the NFL. So your question was about Brandel and where he ranked. Let me see. Okay. Where was he? 50. Okay. Overall, he was the 54th graded guard out of 59 starting guards that qualified by PFF. 54th. Not great. Not great, Bob. I mean, he was third in quarterback pressures allowed in the entire NFL. Only Alex Kappa and Cordell Volson gave up more quarterback pressures last year than Blake Brandel. If you can cut that in half and go from 41 pressures allowed to even 30, that's 15 more times. No, that's 30, 10 more times, a dozen approximately more times that your quarterback can drop back and throw without pressure. So who can argue with that? And it does matter that he is such a great athlete, Donovan Jackson. It's going to make a difference. But if he even cuts it down by a third, it's important. And if he cuts it down in half and he's a top 20 guard, and then you have a top 5 tackle, oh my goodness. So yeah, I do think, well, Josh, you're completely wrong when you said Purple Insider thinks a guard who should have gone early in the third is better than Malachi Starks. First, you spelled Malachi Starks wrong, so that's a demerit. But also, this is why we have a consensus board. This is why we have a consensus board, because we can prove to you that no one thought Donovan Jackson was a third-round pick. Donovan Jackson was projected as an early second-round pick, but there are teams right after the Vikings, because this exists in a real world, not a theoretical world. The Texans, the Eagles, teams that need guards. How about the Rams, who traded their guard? And so if he was evaluated this highly in the NFL, then that means that someone else who needed a guard could have taken him, not a third rounder. If you're going to exaggerate, that's how you end up sounding a little ridiculous. It's not, there's not necessary to exaggerate. Did they reach by the consensus board? A little, but not for this position. When was the next guard on the consensus board expected to be picked? Go way down the board after that. What, Tate Ratledge or something? That's when you go way, way, way back. And Houston had a great chance to potentially take Donovan Jackson because they are completely out of offensive linemen. So if they felt they had to take him, it's okay to sacrifice the 99th pick if that's what the Giants were offering and a next year's third when you're getting comp picks for next year anyway. So I think on a night like tonight, there's always going to be a want to debate the draft pick in this. Then we're going to have to do in the theoretical world is really the only debate is the theoretical world, which is what they maybe theoretically quite possibly could have been offered, but that's not what they were offered. And already very, very funny to see Wyatt Davis, a third round pick, guys, not a first round pick, did go to the same college though. So that makes him the same exact person, obviously, but Wyatt Davis was a third round pick for a reason because he wasn't that great of a prospect. And that's the problem is if you try to wait for tomorrow and you take a Wyatt Davis, a Drew Samia, even an Ezra Cleveland, I mean, you just don't know there. Instead, it is a first round guard and teams have to love them to take them. So if you've decided tonight that you're against it, okay, well, that is your prerogative. You're allowed to do it. But when I look at the value of having a top 5 offensive line, guys, it is just undeniable. Undeniable. When you look at all the numbers, what teams with top 5, let's talk about them. Let's talk about teams that are great on the offensive line. The Philadelphia Eagles. Were they okay? Well, how was their offense? The San Francisco 49ers a couple years ago. Not so much last year, but a couple years ago. Last year, the Tampa Bay Bucks, overachieving team, great offensive line. The Baltimore Ravens, year in and year out, great offensive line. How about that team in the NFC North? When you play that team in the NFC North in Detroit, what do you talk about? Their offensive line. Why is it that Jared Goff has put up number 1 offenses? Because when he's got a clean pocket, he's got 120 quarterback rating. That's what they're trying to accomplish here. I don't see how any of you could speak out of both sides of your mouth and complain for year in and year out, rightfully so, rightfully so, that the interior of the offensive line is terrible and that these options that they've thrown in there, the Mike Remmers and the Dakota Doziers and the Drew Samias, they stink and they can't block anybody. And how is the quarterback supposed to be good when he's on his back? And then they draft a first-round guard and you go, I don't know, they should have traded out. So what? They could take a corner that they could get in free agency in a couple years. I don't know. I said from the beginning, if they draft a guy who helps JJ McCarthy, you're going to have a tough time having me be mad about it. So I am not going to be mad about it. Not when they draft someone who is going to help McCarthy. And I think Donovan Jackson has a very high potential to do that. Can he beat out Blake Brandel? I have no idea. As always, and forever, let me see him in an OTA practice one time before we decide if he's a bust or not. There's going to be a training camp competition, I'm sure. There is going to be development, I'm sure, for Donovan Jackson. And you know what? There's always a chance that it doesn't work out the way that you want it to. You never know on draft night. And if it doesn't work out, then I'm sure everybody will say that they should have done something else because that's how it always goes. But the logic is very clear. And that's for me how I am always going to evaluate the draft. What was your logic at the time? The logic at the time is this. You go out and you get a guy who gives you the best possible chance to block for your valuable merchandise. Very, very hard to be unhappy about that, I think. So that's my feeling. Can the guy move or is he just a mauler? Oh no, he can move. Yeah, that's the thing. Somebody give me some of his combine scores. If I open the NFL.com combine score page, it will melt this computer. I promise you. It's that and the relative athletic score. Those websites have so many pop-up videos. So somebody give me what some of his scores were. I only saw on Twitter the relative athletic score is 90%, 90th percentile. That's what you got here. So if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But the fact that they were able to get a great athlete at that position that's been so problematic for so long, hard to be too upset about that. So let's take a look. That's kind of the whole take. And look, I don't think that your guys' reactions are unreasonable when you wonder about the trade back possibilities. But as I look at the board and think about the trade, who they could have gotten, if they didn't like the idea of taking a safety, historically, we kind of have to agree with them, don't we? About taking a safety? Because they've developed so many of these guys for safeties. They've developed the Anthony Harrises and the Cam Bynums. They've taken them in the ad block. Thank you. They've taken them in the middle rounds. Jahad Campbell goes to the Eagles. That's somebody I was interested in. Yeah, Will Johnson, man. And I guess the NFL just didn't like Luther Burden that much. I liked Luther Burden, but maybe they just didn't like him as much. So these other picks, now if we look at the board, now that Jahad Campbell is in, let's play the hypothetical game. Yeah, I know that Jackson was lower on the PFF big board. What do we got, Jonathan?
Just kind of looking, because some people in the chat were asking what Brandon Thornton thinks. He tweeted out a while ago after the pick, Darisaw, Jackson, Kelly, Fries, O'Neal is a rock-solid starting five heading into the 2025 for the Vikings. Minnesota got wrecked on the interior offensive line late in the year last season. They got bigger and stronger there, that's for sure. As for what NFL.com scouting or prospect profile says about him, production score, according to Next Gen Stats, 73, which ranked 6th among guards in the 2025 class. Athleticism score, 83, which ranked 9th. And then total score overall, 80, which ranked 3rd in the class.
Well, and the thing about the production score is that he played tackle when he wasn't even supposed to and allowed 2 pressures in the final 4 games, including the national championship and the way there. I mean, that him getting better and better. The comp is Wyatt Teller from NFL.com. That's pretty good. Isn't Wyatt Teller good? You said, oof. Isn't Wyatt Teller good? Wasn't he really good for the Browns? Thought he was. So let's look at if they had traded down. That's something we haven't talked about. Like, who would have been on the board if they had made the trade down with the Giants to allow the Giants to get Jackson Dart? So after that, just to recap, James Pierce went to the Falcons in that bat bleep crazy trade for Atlanta, moving all the way up and using a next year's first, but the Rams dropped all the way back to 46, an enormous decision for them. Then Malachi Starks went to the Ravens, somebody we talked about a lot. Tyleik Williams from Ohio State to the Lions, which I think that's a pretty big reach there. Josh Connery Jr. to Washington, the Oregon tackle. Then the Bills take Maxwell Hairston, and then Jahad Campbell goes to the Philadelphia Eagles. So on the board, and we've got one more draft pick coming in here. The pick is in for the Chiefs, and then we'll know. So on the board, Will Johnson, who clearly has the knee issue, and that's out there. Luther Burden, Trey Amos, Benjamin Morrison, Omar Norman Lott, a defensive tackle, could be interesting. Xavier Watts. Then you get into the wide receivers, Siobhan Ravel, Darius Alexander, the defensive tackle from Toledo. Those are the best players that you would have been talking about for moving back. Now, if we compare Donovan Jackson and what he does for the offensive line, who might have had the same type of impact among all the players they passed up on? Okay, maybe if they wanted the edge player, Pierce, but Malachi Starks could have potentially been a dynamic option for them. Hairston is not that much better than any of the other cornerback prospects. The other guys are tackles. Jahad Campbell is interesting to me for the Vikings, but clearly they wanted the guard. And then the other players on the board, I don't know that there's anybody here that jumps out at me that says, if they would have moved back, and this is your most important pick, that it would have been close to the impact of having a great offensive line. That's the thing. Yeah, Teller's a Pro Bowl guard. Yeah, so Brent says this draft could make or break Kwesi as a future GM. That seems dramatic. That seems pretty dramatic. I don't know that that's true. I think that we have to look at maybe all the things they did in free agency to say that those things could make or break. But really, here's what we know. Are they going Luther Burden? Are the Chiefs going Luther Burden? Here's what we know is going to make or break Kevin O'Connell, Kwesi adofo-mensah. It's the guy they drafted last year, not the guy they drafted this year. That is J.J. McCarthy. And, Josh Simmons. So Luther Burden didn't even get drafted in the first round. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. They must have some concerns about the personality there. That was the one thing that was out there with him, was the personality. But the Chiefs going tackle makes sense for them. Let's go back, though. Make or break with Kwesi adofo-mensah. How about spending $300 million in free agency to build around your young quarterback? I think that's probably a little bit more than what degree Donovan Jackson becomes a good guard. But this offseason in general was all about building for J.J. McCarthy, was it not? It was about solidifying the weaknesses that they had around the quarterback that they spent so much time investing in. And that's where Donovan Jackson comes into this mix. But so does Will Fries, and so does Ryan Kelly. All the things that they've done on this offense, re-signing TJ Hawkinson to a huge contract, extending Justin Jefferson, drafting Jordan Addison, bringing in Jordan Mason. They have built a phenomenal offensive setup for J.J. McCarthy. That will make or break Kwesi adofo-mensah and Kevin O'Connell. That's what'll do it. Whether those two guys have a successful tenure here in Minnesota or not is going to be decided by how J.J. McCarthy plays football. And they have given him everything that he needs. If Jackson works out, they've given him everything. Tackles, guards, veteran center, running backs, receivers, tight end. I mean, my goodness. How can you build around a quarterback better than this? And then it's like, this guard will make or break Kwesi? Probably not. Probably not. But how can you build around a young quarterback better than this? And Donovan Jackson's a final piece to that. So for me, if I'm grading this offseason, because this is really the final piece. So let's talk about that. The first round has come to an end. And I've only made it through a half a Diet Dr. Pepper. That's how intense this has been. The first round's coming to an end. So we'll talk for a couple more minutes. Then we'll get intern Clay, who has been grinding behind the scenes here. We'll get his biggest reaches and biggest surprises of the first round based on the consensus board. So, Clay, prepare yourself for that in the next couple minutes. But since the offseason is essentially ended with this draft pick, there's going to be a couple more guys that get added over the next few days, but they don't have a lot. So maybe it's a few guys, undrafted free agents, but this is it. This is the last big move. This offseason was incredible for the Minnesota Vikings. When they dreamed up the competitive rebuild of moving on from Kirk Cousins and eventually to a young quarterback, they looked at other teams, the 49ers, the Eagles, and they said, how do we do that? How do we emulate these teams that have created environments for quarterbacks that can make Jalen Hurts a Super Bowl winner, that can make Brock Purdy one drive from a Super Bowl winner? Those are great quarterbacks, but they're not the best quarterbacks ever. But how can we set them up to be as good as they possibly can? And they went into a playoff game and they got their butts whooped on the offensive line. So they went into free agency and they said, $17 million for you, veteran, proven center to guide our quarterback, who's a great pass protector, for you, first round guard for you. We're going to protect this quarterback. We're not going to let that happen again. We're not going to let it happen again. What happened to Darnold in the playoff game? What happened to Kirk in the playoff game? You guys remember the check down from Kirk? Why did he check it down? Why? Because a guard got beat. So they said, we're not going to do that again. We're going to get the best possible chance to build a great offensive line. We're going to start there. And we're going to keep a receiver. We're going to draft a receiver. We're going to get a running back that is talented in Aaron Jones and proven, and then add another guy behind him. And they did this all in the matter of a couple of off seasons. And then on the defensive side, they were able to bolster the interior pass rush, which has been their biggest weakness. I don't know what you could do better in this offseason. I really don't. Add one more safety, add one more corner, which they might do in free agency or in a trade for somebody. I truly don't know what they could do better in this offseason. And this is the final piece to giving JJ McCarthy every chance to be a successful quarterback, because they will live or die on that. And you can never say they didn't do enough to help him. They gave him the best quarterback whisperer coach they could find. I mean, my goodness, sometimes it does feel like they've done so much right here that we're like, can we nitpick at something? Why didn't they take the 99th pick from the Giants? Like that, it just feels like, well, is that worth losing out on someone who could help Donovan Jackson? Help JJ McCarthy in Donovan Jackson. And it looks like they can. So that's where I stand on it. I stand on this offseason as a total dream scenario for the Vikings when they got here and they said, how can we get from point A to be a real Super Bowl contender? This is how. And over the next couple years, you're trying to compete for a Super Bowl legitimately. I didn't think they could do it without tanking. And yet here they are, and they've done it. So, wow. I can tell you from my texts that Jeremiah Searles is pumped about this. I can't wait to have him on the show to break down Donovan Jackson. Kevin O'Connell on Donovan Jackson. Jonathan's provided this quote. The idea of Donovan walking into that O-line room and now has some pretty impactful players across the board. There was something that was a goal. That was something that was a goal. And I think tonight really put a stamp on that plan we set out to accomplish. That's right. So Kevin O'Connell, that's another thing. The Vikings usually tell you what's up. He told you they're going to improve the interior of the offensive line, and they did everything they could to do that. So final thoughts this has been an absolutely fantastic, hey, look, Casey says Kwesi and KOC 0-2 in the first round of the playoffs. Well, first of all, thank you for that information. Second of all, that's the point. That's the point. Why did they lose those games? Because they couldn't block in the biggest moments. So you can't, they drafted a guard in the first round, but they lost the playoff games because of the guards. I don't know. Anyway, So I think that this offensive line has a chance to be top 5 in the NFL. And that is something that's worth being excited about. Searles will definitely be on for sure. 100%. He's going to be on pretty soon. So that's how I'm closing the night. To me, this closes the book. By the way, like the competitive rebuild era and all that sort of stuff, it's time, folks. Last year was fun. It was a grand time. I had a good time. 14 wins until the playoffs. A surprise. Hey, look, the Vikings. But now this is a complete team with a complete offensive line with Donovan Jackson and a complete defense that maybe could use one more player that they'll probably get in free agency, a backup quarterback. They got to get that. Hey, maybe they could take Shedeur Sanders in the 3rd round. That looks like where he's going to go. So whose fault is it that the Vikings lost? I mean, it's everybody's, but was it not the offensive line? Now, I was there. I flew all the way to Arizona to watch. I seemed to notice that it was the offensive line, but I could be wrong. They only got pressured on about 70% of the dropbacks, so maybe it wasn't. I don't know. But the point just being that this offseason has been every single thing that everyone asked for coming out of that playoff game. And now the time is here. JJ McCarthy, he's been around the team. He knows the offense. He's ready to go physically, and off you go to compete for the NFC North, compete in the playoffs, build a team that's much better suited to compete in the playoffs. That is a really, really good offseason. And one thing that I just would not worry about so much is if the guy was ranked 32nd or something on a consensus board and he was taken before that, because the next guard is going to go in the middle of tomorrow. So they needed to get him at this point. And there you go. And then and in the same way that I've always judged every other young player, it'll be everything we knew about him before. As soon as he steps on the field as a Viking, that goes away. And then we will evaluate him as a Minnesota Viking potentially starting player. But I can say the guy, as far as his physical upside, is extremely high. And where I didn't look close enough, I think, I looked at the overall numbers. Where I didn't look close enough was how he performed at the end of the season against Oregon, Texas, Notre Dame. Oregon, they had a 1st-round defensive tackle taken. Notre Dame had a good defensive line. 0 pressures in the national championship game. 1 pressure against Texas. 0 pressures against Oregon. The biggest games at left tackle. He's playing pretty well. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes from here. But I think that I would have to give it a high grade. If you want a grade from me, how about a B+ from that? So Donovan Jackson's going to do a Zoom call soon. I think I will jump on that probably. So I'll probably jump off here, but let's get intern Clay. And let's get a shout out to intern Clay here. 4 hours on the clock. Well done. Popping in and out. Certainly had to wait a long time as things got dramatic, but your homework assignment for today, intern Clay, was to keep an eye on the consensus big board and compare the risers, the fallers, the who surprised us, who was the reach. So how about we go through some of those things, the biggest reaches, the biggest falls, and you could tell I didn't memorize where Donovan Jackson was on the consensus board. So why don't you start there and then go with those other things?
Yeah, so Donovan Jackson was 36 on the big board, and obviously he was taken at 24. So yes, a reach, but considering the guard availability, it made complete sense to take him there.
Can you even find the next guard down?
Yeah.
Like,
So
who's the next guard down?
It's Marcus Mbow from Purdue. He was
Mbow, yeah.
Mbow. He's 63rd on the big
Okay,
board.
so that's the point, right? Like that's my point, is that if they wanted a guard, the other guys got taken early, you had to do it here, or you were really talking about not getting one until the 3rd round.
Yep. But some of the bigger reaches, Tyler Booker was the 31st player on the big board. He ended up going at 12. And then the next pick at 13, Kenneth Grant was ranked 23rd actually on the big board. So technically a reach there. Gray Zabel was 33rd on the big board, but went 18. Kind of saying a similar thing with these guards. Let's see. Jackson Dart was 49, but he's a quarterback. So I think the only player outside of the top 6 that went their actual projected big board was James Pierce. He was 26 on the big board, and then the trade to get him at 26 locked it in. So,
and who are the best remaining on the board? Because this is relevant to if the Vikings had moved back to 34, we would be talking about who are the best players available.
Yeah, so Will Johnson's still out there, Mike Green, Luther Burden, Nick Emenwari, Siobhan Revel, Trey Amos, Nick Scourton, Trayvon Henderson, a bunch of talented players still there. A lot of the corners. So it'll be interesting to see how it shakes out tomorrow.
I think that what it means is they were not comfortable with missing out on the guard that they loved to then draft a corner that maybe they like. Because I think they would like Amos. I think they would like Ravel, but not necessarily someone who could impact them right away, which Donovan Jackson could, and also potentially a limited ceiling or a position that they feel like they can really just fill in from free agency, which they've done over the last 2 years. They had a top 5 defense with free agents that they picked up at the cornerback position. So moving back would have, I think, had a drop off in talent, because my expectation is that Jackson would have been taken by the Texans or maybe even the Eagles or maybe even the Rams there if they didn't have that crazy trade. But he probably goes to the Texans, and that's why they felt like they needed to make that move. So I will say this, Clay, great work tonight doing these check-ins. Really appreciate all of your effort on this evening. I'm sorry that the Bears didn't draft the player that you want, or they didn't trade up for Ashton Genty. But, one thing that I know for sure is that we never know on draft night how any of these things are going to turn out. There's probably picks in the past that you got super excited about that turned out to be horrible, and guys who you hated that turned out to be great. So it didn't make a lot of sense to me, and I'm actually thinking about maybe it's better the Vikings went with Kwesi Adofo-Mensah than Ryan Poles, but that's another one you never know. So thank you for your time, sir. Appreciate you.
Yep, thank you. No matter all the uncertainty, if Vikings fans are unhappy with their pick, if I'm unhappy, there's one thing we can all agree on.
Yes. Okay. Fair enough.
Football, baby.
People were saying that there wasn't, and this is why we do what we do, right? Like that there wasn't even a breakdown on TV of the Donovan Jackson pick. It was just all focused so much on Matthew Golden, the Packers, the pomp and circumstance, all that sort of stuff, that there wasn't even a lot of discussion at all on Donovan Jackson. And that's why we provide this service for Vikings fans. So great job, Clay. Thank you for your time, and we will see you on Monday night, our next live stream. Intern Clay, again, purpleinsider.football. He wrote a great piece about why he loves the draft. Make sure you go check that out. He's done a great job, both on the podcast and writing as well. And also just want to throw out a couple of other thank yous to Andrew Kramer, who kicked this thing off, Dane Mizutani, Brian Murphy, Manny Hill. These people make Purple Insider happen, honestly. I couldn't do it all myself. And all of them, when I asked, hey, is it possible you guys could, jump in? All of them, no hesitation. Let me know when. I'll jump on with you, all that sort of stuff. Even though they're all busy, they're all working. Murph was umpiring a baseball game or something and then came home to jump in. Manny was working. So the effort that people put in for me, I am so grateful on a night like this for them. Also, unbelievably grateful for all of you. And even though some of you I argue with in the chat a little bit, the fact that you guys are respectful of each other, thoughtful with your commentary, ask great questions. We had a great time tonight, and you guys made that. So I really appreciate it. This was a lot of fun. Leading up to this draft process, all the scenarios, all the discussions, and the drama of tonight with the early trade and the board falling this way and then landing on a player that is filling a position that we've talked about for so long. And we've discussed Donovan Jackson multiple times, but also, hey, would they really do the receiver thing? And there goes Derek Harmon. This is why we love the draft. This is why I love it. This is why you love it. The drama was there. And now there is another guy to follow his career and see where this team goes. Also, I think, you should feel pretty good about where this team is at and how they've gotten from point A to point B. And that's a fun place to be as well for you guys and for me to cover a team that has expectations this high and a quarterback with this much talent and a supporting cast like this. It has the earmarks of a team that can truly compete going forward. And this was a final step to that. So we'll judge Donovan Jackson the same way we do everything else. Well, I'm sure always look back. Should they have traded down? Should they have not? We'll always have fun with that into the future. But for this night, very, very exciting. And what's going to happen tomorrow, the plan is they're only picking 97th. A live stream for 4 hours over a 97th pick, probably not worth it. So I will be doing a reaction, though, podcast for sure to what happens tomorrow night. Make sure you keep your eyes out for that. So thank you so much again. Can't thank you enough. This was so much fun. We had a great time, and we'll continue the reaction over on the newsletter, purpleinsider.football. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry, I didn't mention Jonathan Harrison. Just real quick on Jonathan Harrison. He worked his ass off on our draft guide over at purpleinsider.football. Put in unbelievable amount of work. The thing looks beautiful. Donovan Jackson has a write-up in there. So make sure you check that out as well. Him popping in and out, operating stuff from behind the scenes, all that stuff. He makes this thing work on a daily basis. So I obviously cannot forget him either. That's my thank yous. I look forward to what's next. All right. Take care, everybody. Football. Let's go.